That's the problem. Don't keep changing, waiting. Don't keep changing, waiting. Sunday school is a place for fools. It's hot in hell, but the devil's cool. Don't keep changing, waiting. Don't keep changing, waiting. So don't just sit there, join the club. Sell your soul to Beelzebub.
Hey, everybody, is Count Jackula, your favorite satanic streamer, here to start the broadcast evening. How is every little fucking person? Hope y'all doing well. It looks like we gotta give a little time for people to filter in. Hey, Falsifer, how's it going? Hails. Hail Satan, how you doing? I was thinking a lot about analog versus digital. Not in terms of which format is better, but rather just the differences between the two. Zindale says, never caught the stream from the very beginning before. This is exciting. Oh, well, I hope we do not disappoint. The most exciting thing is that you are here with us. So, let's all give Zindale a hand. So, yeah, I was thinking about, the difference between digital and analog. And, hey, Jason. Hey, Jason Booger. Is it Bioger? Booger? Falsifer's like, really? Really what? Yeah, I was really thinking about digital versus analog. And how they're different. You know, digital can simulate analog, but it can't actually do it. That's what I was realizing. You know, analog is a series of it's a series of yes nos. You know? Oh, speak of the devil, just got a couple of vinyls today. Oh, what'd you get, Falsifer? Digital is a series of yes nos, whereas analogs are analog is basically just maximum and minimum of whatever you can do with what you have. You know, so analog can make a perfect curve. Digital can't. Digital has to trick you into thinking it's doing. And it made me wonder, is there a difference in mindset? A difference between the analog and the digital mindset? As far as people are concerned. Oh, Falsifer mostly got back black metal bands? Oh, which ones? Blick Mitchell? From Iceland and Sweden, I assumed. I mean, you talk about Blick Mitchell. It's going to be from Iceland or Sweden. Zendale got me half a drumstick ice cream cone and ready to have some fun. Hey, you're about ready to cut loose. Let's go. You could go wild tonight. The bands are Misstreaming and Onskapt. Can't say I'm familiar with either of them. Jason just started a new tattoo sleeve of comics. Wait, what? Oh, okay. You got so you got comic characters going down your arm is what you're saying. Yeah, he started with Venom, the Venom beyond the top, beyond the shoulder, the Endless would be down lower on the arm. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's cool. Yeah, I know. Yeah, lots of guys get comic book tattoos. You go to them comic books. You go to comic book shows, you see that a lot. You know, they always look cool. Yeah, particularly at the comic show. Zendale's it's a work night. It's all I got. Oh, geez. Hey, Lazy, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. We were just talking about analog versus digital, and then comic sleeve tattoo. Having a sleeve of comic tattoos. Or tattoos based on comic book characters, because that's what Jason Bujor has. Kingdom Creeps like might need to expand my black metal from other than dimming Bergier. My problem is I like the idea of black metal more than I like the music itself. I gotta be honest. You know, I love heavy metal, but the thing I love about heavy metal, particularly modern heavy metal, is how it encompasses so many different ideas right now while still essentially being heavy metal. You know, like you would never mistake a Ghost song for like early Metallica, but they're both metal. You know, and what makes something metal? You know, like that's the question. The answer is a heavy guitar. You know, that heavy guitar sound. You know, that's what gives it. That's, you know, heavy metal emphasizes the guitar. You know, a heavy guitar, strong and powerful. You know, it could be fast, but it's gotta be strong and powerful too. You know, like Thunderstruck is all three of them by AC/DC. Like that's all three of them. You know, you got a really good you know that you know, that's a really heavy sound. That's good. You know, and everything is used to like emphasize the heaviness of the sound. That's why the drums are usually so prevalent. You know, boom. You know, because it's not thunder, it's thunder. You know, like, so it's kind of cool how like a lot of those things like fucking come together. As much I gotta disagree with some people. Some people say that current Misfits ain't metal, and I'm like, yeah, it's metal. It's not like it's not the heaviest of heavy metal, not by a landslide. You know, it's not even the most metal of heavy metal. You know, but it is metal. Like it's very, the sound is very comfortably in that wheelhouse. Problem with black metal bands is they tend to be a complete rejection of skills. Yeah, that is a problem. Like they take that even far. They often take that farther than punk rock did. You know, and punk rock was already like fucking, you know, right on that edge. Oh, the Hellraiser. Oh, yeah, the fucking duet of Ozzy's Hellraiser that he did with fucking Lemmy. Yeah. Oh no, that with Motorhead. Yeah, no, that's great. That's the best version of that song. You know, the one that they released a few years ago. Yeah, Misfit. Here's the thing: Misfits ain't that heavy, but they are heavy in comparison to shit that is clearly not heavy metal at all. You know, and they are same thing with their metalness. You know, not the most, not even necessarily that deep, but there. It's there. You know, like they never quite they despite what anyone says, they never quite got rid of that Danzig sound. You know, that sound that they had, or actually I don't even know if it's the Danzig song, but it's a sound that they had during the Danzig. You know, they never really got rid of that. And I'm a believer of giving props where they're due. So I'm like, yeah, no, Misfits is totally heavy metal. You know, it's just not like, I wouldn't even say it was as heavy as Ghost. You know, even though I don't think Ghost is that heavy either. It's very metal. It's just not very heavy. You know. When I think of when I think of like heavy metal, when I think of the heavy of heavy metal, the song I always go to is One by Metallica. You know, do 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 do. You know, like that. That's a heavy sound. You know, it's also funny because it's not the same. It's not the speed metal influence. It's not the thrash metal influence that Metallica is usually famous for. You know, but you know it's very heavy. It's when I think of that chord, you know, that chord progression, like you're like Metallica, you know, definitely. Ghost is interesting. Ghost is real interesting because there are a lot of bands that started out being more typically heavy metal that kind of branched off in this other direction um, from that basic sound. Bands like Opeth and Ghost. Um, Opeth maintained its dramatic, serious presence. Ghost got more lighthearted. You know, Ghost got funny. It on purpose. You know, because there's only so long you can talk about the devil before it becomes ridiculous. And so you want to lead into that. Like that's why Ghost did that. That's why Tobias Forge did that. Because he's like, okay, we keep talking about Satan. There's only so far we can take this and still be taken seriously. So rather than do that, we're going to go the Devin Townsend route and make it ridiculous. Like, we still mean it. We still mean it. But we're making fun of the fact that we look like fools. Oh, Catherine, you didn't get the temp job? Oh, fuck. I thought you had. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You made that sound like you had that in the bag there, Catherine. But I guess I changed your mind at the last minute. Yeah, damn, that's fucked up. Oh, I introduced you to Ghost when we played Rats on the stream. Oh yeah, I love Rats. I love that whole album actually. I love the last three Ghost albums, including the most current one. Like yeah, let's see. The current one is Impera, right? That's the name of it. I may need to check it out. I've been so busy, I haven't been listening to it like I would normally. Yeah, Impera, like Impera, Prequel, and Meliora are they're all three of them are really good. They're really good. I think when you get right down to it, I think Meliora is the strongest of the last three. Um, just in terms of overall, overall quality across the whole album. Um, like Melior had a very strong concept that they stuck with. It's also the last album where they tried to take themselves seriously. You know, in Prequel they decided to get goofy. Like that's the uh the fact that we used to think, for example, that like it seemed like every album they were going to just make a new Papa Emeritus, but it actually turns out that what it really was is every time they change up their sound, there's a new Papa Emeritus, or there's a new like front guy, you know, because Cardinal Copia is now lasted two albums. You know, that's the longest reign of any Papa Emeritus. You know, when you go back and you listen to all the albums, you realize, oh yeah, like each album does have a different sound to it. But Prequel and Impera are very similar. You know, so it's sort of like, oh, okay, we're still exploring this sound, so we're going to keep Cardinal Copia, you know. Secular Haze be considered a serious song? Um, it's more serious than Hunter's Moon, you know, or 2020. You know, Meliora is all about how like um it's all about how media affects society. That was the whole idea. You know, that's why Squarehammer wasn't actually on the album, because that song is not about that. That's about something different. Even though it has the Meliora sound to it. You know, but that's why it's not on the album proper, even though they, you know, clearly that was done. That was clearly the Meliora sound.
Pray to Satan, pray to Satan, pray to Satan.
What do I think of Five Finger Death Punch?
Finger Death Punch?
Depends on which song. Like for example, like was it I'm No Hero? Yeah, I'm No Hero and I'm Not Made of Stone is probably their best song. Like that one's really super good. Like that one's amazing. You know, if you ever see only one song of Five Finger Death Punch like played live, it would be that one. That's the one you want to see. Some of the other ones, I like it when they're dumb as shit. Like I'm No Hero and I'm No Hero and I'm Not Made of Stone is like the only good serious song that Five Finger Death Punch did. All the others are kind of, I don't know, man. Some of the others, I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's working. But the ones when they're just doing stupid shit are actually pretty good. I wouldn't go out of my way to see Five Finger Death Punch live, but like I wouldn't be mad if they were like, you know, part of a festival or an opening act. You know. You know, because they're probably going to play in for that kind of shit. They're almost definitely going to play all the songs that they did that I like because they're crowd pleasers. You know, I like a lot of their crowd pleaser ones. You know, but you wouldn't have like I'm No Hero and I'm Not Made of Stone is their version of Metallica's One. You know, it's in that vein, and I really, 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 really dig. Yeah, wrong side of heaven, and the right side of hell is pretty good too. Like that's also a really good one. You know, I don't like it as much as I'm No Hero and I'm Not Made of Stone. Oh wait, are those the same song? Hold on. Yeah, those are the same song. Wait, what am I talking about? Yeah, that's the same song. I don't know what I was thinking for a minute there. You know, what's the actual title of the dang thing? Like this is. Oh, the album is called Wrong Side of Heaven, The Righteous Side of Hell. Okay. The song is called I'm No Hero. Or is it? God damn it! Which one is it? All right, it is. All right, the name of the song is apparently "Wrong Side of Heaven." The album's name is "Wrong Side of Heaven: The Righteous Side of Hell." Okay, that let me put it this way: I don't mind Five Finger Death Punch, but I clearly don't own any of their albums. Otherwise, I would have known that. Are you gonna want to try to see the Imperator there, Catherine? Yeah, hopefully you get to see them live. I've seen them live like 2 or 3 times at this point. I think I've seen them 3 times, but twice in the same venue. Sorry, it gets a little blurry, you know. Because like the first time I saw them was at the beginning of the Meliora tour. And then that's right. Right. I saw the Meliora tour, and then I saw what was it? The prequel tour twice. Yeah, yeah. I saw it was once with Papa Emeritus the Third, and the twice with Cardinal Copia. Was it Papa Emeritus? The fourth. Oh no, Papa Emeritus the Fourth is Cardinal Copia. Okay, all right. So 2 and 3. Little to no chance they'll ever come to Ecuador. Yeah, I don't know about that. Does Ecuador have like a problem with the live acts or Ghost in particular? Yeah, do. Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah, it looks like Imperator is only gonna be in Europe and the United States, at least at the moment. Did they ever do South America? No, doesn't look like they have. Oh, yeah, you might be right there. Apparently, just they don't get out to South America very often, if at all. Oh no, I'm looking at. Sorry, I caught a glance at Twitter, and there is drama in the VTube community yet again. We are now in the like everyone's trying to like be nice and supportive section of that community reaching its peak. Yeah, I don't know how long that'll last. That could last either a few weeks or several years. It's really hard to tell. Um Let's see. Overly satanic acts get bad press, says Falsifer. For example, Marta got canceled back in 2018 because of the evangelical. That is too bad. Got to take his 9th grade class to Disneyland. Ugh. God. I can't think of anything more miserable than taking a school trip to Disneyland. Like, that sounds good on paper. I'm like, that's probably a day where I'm like, do I have to be there? Can I just, like, stay home? Yeah, VTube is a bit of a silly place. Oh, yeah. They're all silly places. It's just, it's just, a community always reaches this point. There starts to be infighting about attitude. Like, should we be positive or should we be negative? Basically, it indicates the moment where turds are now in the punch bowl. You know, because now there are people that people like and people that people hate who are doing the thing. You know, oh, no. I don't even know what the details are. I could just tell it's happening. You know, like there's always this, right when things are about to fly apart, there's always this big effort to keep everything together. You know, that's every community, every fandom, everything. And the problem, and whether or not this works, things are okay. It depends on a couple of things. One, economic viability. The more money that can be made out of something, the more likely it's going to continue. The other thing is whether or not you have correctly diagnosed any problems and applied the appropriate solution. That's the other thing that's going to determine how well the community is going to do. And I say community in quotes because I believe in community in a very loose way. You know, I don't believe it in a very tight, all-consuming, this is going to be the solution to all my problems. I just don't. I've seen too many communities fall apart, destroy themselves, and take people with them. You know, for example, ask Erod like how much he felt like Channel Awesome was a community, not his fan base, but Channel Awesome in general. Ask him. Like, you're probably not going to get a very positive answer. You know, how loose? Well, I believe it's a thing that exists, and it's a thing that I like when it's tended well. But you have to have both. It's weird because, like, the problem with the community is that you have to have both a soft touch and a steel touch. You know, there's got to be the velvet glove and the sword. You know, and it's really hard to know when to use which. Usually, you're going to use the velvet glove in a fandom based community. That's your usual go-to, but occasionally, actually, probably better example than a sword would be a scalpel. You know, like you're either using the velvet glove or the scalpel to deal with the problem. You know, somewhere on that continuum, right? And it's really hard to know where to hit the mark. It's always difficult. It's even difficult when you know what the right move is. You know, because you gotta get people to do it. You know, this is why a lot of communities rise really high and then crash. Because on the way up, everything's easy. On the way up, everything's easy. Yeah. I would go so far. I don't know specifically that Linkaro like talked a lot to Erod, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, Linkaro was that kind of guy. You know, There are plenty of people who used to be Channel Awesome that don't consider themselves part of the Channel Awesome community, but consider them like who are very friendly towards Lewis. You know. But yeah. Okay. Oh, the erotica community. Okay, see that one's interesting because that's one where the economic viability is evergreen. You can always make money on porn. You can always make money on porn. It's the thing that people will give up last unless they're doing an addictive drug that takes up more money. And that's not very common. Erod himself said that Linkar was the only one from the bunch he is actually in connection with. Yeah, that sounds about contact with. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, if you're going to be in contact with anybody from Channel Awesome, it's most likely going to be Lewis. It's really hard to make enemies make an enemy out of Lewis. Hey, Blashman. But yeah. Right. Oh, Flashman could probably back me up on this. Like while a community is building, that's where all the easy shit happens. Like everything is fun, everything is new, everything is novel, and it just goes up, 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 and up. And then what starts to happen is one group of people, it's usually the people that've been there the longest, but not always, decide that they need to cull the community somehow from something. And this is where things get hard. Things start to get hard around this period of time because this is where people's individual priorities come to the forefront and things start to get difficult. The problem is this. One of the things that you definitely need to do, I don't have a good answer, by the way. I only have like my own meandering experience. Hey, Thorgrim. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Thorgrim. $20 full of fun. Thank you. Thank you. You are a prince and a gentleman. Okay, so that's okay. I'm gonna have to write that one down since it didn't tally it for me, or did it? Like dying stars, I got them heavy boobs, heavy boobs. I can't run real far.
For the fund.
Okay. Looks like I'm gonna have to keep track of it separately because I thought I had it all good, but nope. Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. So I have a hand for Thorgrim, keeping the lights on. But yeah, what'll happen is I've been able to identify like a couple of types of problems that happen during this period of time. One, a specific person. Sometimes there's a very specific turd in the punch bowl. And that's the person that you gotta do something about. You can't always just get rid of them. Sometimes you gotta be sneaky about it. Like, great example of that. Screamy Broccoli Man. Fucking Vic Mignola. Like, he's a guy that's like, no, you gotta get rid of that guy. You have to get rid of him. He is a problem. But he's got this huge fan base, right? So he brings in a lot of money, a lot of economic viability. So everyone's everyone who doesn't have to deal with him personally is kind of like, well, I mean, he's really good for business. He brings in those Christian kids. That's money. That's something that you gotta think about, like, but you gotta do something about him because he's fucking like he's a creep. A lot of people don't like him. He's causing problems. Oh, he's a English dub over anime voice actor. So you gotta do something about that guy. But sometimes someone will think that something needs to go that is actually somewhat essential. Thank you, Flashman. Thank you for the $10. Oh, good. Good times. Good times. I take it you had a good week?
For the fund.
Yeah, shitty people will use money to get their way. That's probably the better way of looking at it. That's a good way of looking at it, is that shitty people will use money to get their way. Because money is not entirely neutral. I mean, definitely not in terms of like capitalism, but you don't want to blame the money when it's the asshole. Because from a community. Thank you,
before passing out. Keep up the good work, hands clapping.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh man, we're doing pretty well. All right, let's see, where are we? Yeah, $50.
I got them heavy boobs, dance like dying stars. I got them heavy boobs.
Oh shit.
Heavy boobs. I can't run real far.
Let's keep this donation train rolling.
Oh man, let's see how much. Georgia, you put in 20 as well? Yeah, did you want in? Did you want to talk for an hour, or are you like, no, man? Because I think I owe you an hour already. And thank you, Yishify. Let's give a big hand to Yishify, Flashman, and George Vision. Yeah, we're doing okay tonight, apparently. Where are we? 70? Yeah, we're at 70. We have 70 so far. That means we need 130? Yeah, 130. 130 to hit the goal, I think. Yeah, because we needed 200. Yeah, you can come in? Okay, cool. Let me set up the Zoom. But yeah, I usually look at it, I always look at it in terms of like, assholes use money. Rather than money creates assholes. Because if I think that way, then I'm kind of I'm financially fucking myself, and I do live in a fucking capitalist country. Oh, thank you, Tan Eccentric. Keep the train rolling all night. Oh, I appreciate it. Please do. That's right. Don't keep saying
all night long.
If you're thinking of donating right now to the Technology and Computer Parts Fund, I'll appreciate it. You don't have to. But I will be especially glad if you do. Let's see. RYLM says, like, I'm open about Christianness because I work at a Christian school as part of my job. Oh. I feel ways about that, but that's another one of those, like, Christians in a satanic community are way more toxic than Christians in an anime community, but make no mistake, there is still a high toxicity level. Because there's something about that culture that is leech-like upon everything else. You know, it attaches itself to everything else and then tries to suck things away from it into its own coffers. You know, whether that be people or actual money, you know, like anything. And it's weird. It's very, very weird. You know, it's... yeah. Yeah, it's very strange. I wish I had a good... God. Like, I don't want to get like super negative about it, but like here's one of the biggest problems. Here's one of the biggest problems. One of the problems of Christian subgroups within communities is they are very, 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 very self-righteous. This creates problems because they're usually not the creators. They're not the ones who built the community. They came in. They come in later. Because it's not a very... Because people who need to use, like, Jesus or Christianity or the church as a shield don't... They do not dare. They are not risk takers. You know, they only come in when things are already X amount of stable. Unless the thing itself actually tells them to go away. You know, for example, like science fiction. Science fiction is like largely anathema to Christian groups. So you're not going to see a lot. You're not going to see a lot of Christian groups in sci-fi conventions, but you will see a few. But they don't tend to get that powerful because science fiction kind of demands that you accept certain things, like the concept of evolution. Like, you have to accept it in order to get into the milieu, you know? You know, yeah, because people who are Christian who become part of your group, if they're okay, they usually just identify as part of the group. You know what I mean? You know, you find out they're a Christian long down the line. You know, like I have a friend named Mike, like he's technically a Christian, but like he never tells people this. You know, he doesn't start a conversation that way. He doesn't convert anybody. It's a thing that's very personal to him. You know, and he's like, no, I don't want you to. I didn't come here to go to church. You know, like I came here to fucking do science fiction stuff. You know, I wanted to talk about Star Wars and Star Trek and, you know, build a model of a spaceship or, you know, whatnot. You know, I'm here to be part of science fiction. I'm not here to be part of Jesus today. Like, basically that kind of attitude of, nah, Jesus comes with me. Like, he comes with me. I don't need to convert nobody, you know, because while we're here, it's like we're in the Church of Star Trek right now. So, like, you know, I'm not going to start talking about my guy, my other god, you know, like that'd be annoying and fucked up. You know, like, yeah, that happens. But when you've got, like, the Christian science fiction group or the Christian anime group, ooh, boy. Damn, that changes fast because now you're putting it out in the front. You're separating yourself from the rest of the herd for some reason, right? You don't want to be part of that other herd for some reason. And what is that reason? Usually they don't know. They don't, or they're not too sure. Or it's something that doesn't exist. Otherwise, they would just stay completely away. Like, you don't find a lot of Christians among Satanists. You know, like, you know, Hail Satan is kind of the big go away sign, you know? Like, you might listen to someone who's a Satanist. You might, like, you know, enjoy some of the things they say. You might even be a fan. But you're not necessarily going to show up for the meeting, you know? You know? And you're definitely not going to, like, identify that way until you've dropped the other thing. You can't be a Christian Satanist. That doesn't make any sense. You know, the two things are a little too diametrically opposed. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Ton Eccentric, you're absolutely right. It's like there are a lot of Christians who make rock music, but they don't all make Christian rock. That, yes, exactly. Like, you know, most of the big many of the big heavy metal acts, particularly the old guys, Alice Cooper, Ozzy Osbourne, those guys are technically Christians, and they'll tell you that. You know? You can't say Alice Cooper and Ozzy Osbourne aren't rock and roll first. You know, like they're like, no, rock first, man. Rock first. That's the life we chose. You know? Hey, Razorvine. Yeah, I direct messaged you so that you would know that I was online. I didn't know if you were doing anything, so I was just like, oh. All right, see, where's George? Where's George? Yeah, George, did we have to do a Twitter or because I got all my social media DMs open. Oh no, Razorvine, you broke up with your dude? I'm sorry. You're looking for a new place to live? Wait, I thought that was your place. Was that his place? All right, George, yeah, just send me a DM on Twitter. While that's going on, I'm going to get myself a tasty beverage. I'm so sorry to fucking hear about that. That's fucked up. I hope it's for the best. I mean, you know, I don't know what else to say when a relationship falls apart. I'm always like, well, I hope it's for the best because, you know, sometimes a relationship isn't a good thing. But always fucking hurts. Super stressful. Yeah. Man, yeah, best of luck, man. Like, you know, are those two things fucking related, or are they like two separate issues that happen to hit you in the same week? We are both on the lease, but he has a way better job, so he can afford to live there. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, got it. All right, yeah, all right, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm sorry you fucking broke up. I hope it was over something important. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. All right, I'm gonna go get a libation real quick. There. Okay, George, I'll send you the link and then go on break. All right, that should be it. Just send it to you through Twitter. I'll be.
Get these.
Okay, we are
Oops.
back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's coming out of my speakers and not out of my headphones that I want.
Oh, okay, got it, got it. Well, you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. I have no clue how to change this, so I'm just gonna take my headphones off because there's no point.
Yeah, well, if there's no point, no point. Yeah. Oh man.
Hmm. How's
How
it
have
going?
you been? I have been okay. It's obviously I'm still a little reeling from Razorvine's news because like, he's a friend and all. But other than that,
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good.
Oh, see, now we're getting some double audio. What happened there?
I still had the YouTube on, so it was I was hearing the YouTube and the Zoom call, so
Oh,
so I went ahead and muted that, so we're all good.
okay. Excellent. Excelente. Bueno excelente. Man, what have you been up to yourself?
Well, the most recent thing that's happened to me is I had to cancel my weekly Saturday night game because one of my players had a kid.
Oh,
They had a son. He's extremely happy. And one of my friends, mm, I don't know if he got done building a house or he moved into someone else's house. That was still unclear because at one point I know he was trying to get a house built on his family's property, but I want to say he ended up moving into a house on his family's property.
ah,
But
yeah,
anyways, something along those lines. He's in a new house now on his family's property,
gotcha.
and he we don't know when he's going to be back. He's still, as far as last I checked, he's getting set up. And a few months from now, one of my other players is moving back to Texas. We haven't actually done anything for like 3 weeks, and
Oh, yeah.
it's just kind of like I don't know when any of these people are going to be back. I'm down to basically 2 guaranteed players there at this time on the during the week, so it's just like, okay, shut it down.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah. Might actually be for the best because like sometimes a clean break is better than like a sputtering death, you know?
yeah, and this was turning into a sputtering death.
Mm.
I'm just like, oh well, it, shit happens. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
that does. That it does.
uh, is it just George? Is that just a D&D shirt or is that guy? No, this shirt is actually Final Fantasy VII Airship and Summons. That
Nuts.
is Cloud and Bahamut on there.
Oh man. I keep meaning to like play one of the one of the remakes, but I haven't. Well, it
Uh,
doesn't help that the second one's like on the PS5, which like nobody has.
yeah. Well, they got. I mean, you got the piece. You got the piece. They eventually did release a PC port of uh Final Fantasy VII remake, but it's on the Epic Game Store. So,
Well, like I've got the PlayStation 4 version, so
oh yeah, that's it's good.
yeah. But like they're doing that the second one in that series, and that's going to be PS5.
Yeah, we have no clue when that's coming out.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, I mean, hopefully, like, who has a PS5? Does anyone here have a PS5? You know, like, does anybody? I know
Uh,
I don't.
I don't. I got my nice gaming computer right here, and I am so happy with this thing. Like when I built my first one, I just want to play these nice PC games that I bought for Steam for like $5 on a sale, and then I started really getting into it, and then I was like, man, this is so much easier than consoles.
Well, like, yeah, you
Like,
the it used to be way console used to be simpler. That was the whole like idea. That was the whole thing. That's why you would have a PC and a game system because the game system would just fucking work. But if you can't get your fucking hands on one, don't work like that. You know, that
nope.
doesn't happen. And I just the minute someone I know has a PS5, no one I know has one. And I'm not like not all my friends are as broke as I am. Some of them got some cash to throw around.
Yeah,
And they still can't get one.
man.
You know, like $600. That's a lot, but like, I've got that. Oh, what do you mean I can't just buy one? Why can't I just buy one? Like,
No, you gotta go to a scalper on eBay or Craigslist or wherever, and you
I
guys spend. They
know.
want like $1,200, and I'm just like, hell no. I can get like a 3000 series NVIDIA card,
For
not
that
the
much. Yeah,
yeah, for that much.
exactly.
I'm like, why would I spend it on your secondhand? I'm sorry, it's been bought. It's a secondhand PS5 at that point.
Yeah.
I cannot guarantee that you did not go in there and open shit up and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, once you experience Oculus, you'll never go back. No.
No.
I experienced Oculus and I totally went back because
Uh,
I
I
totally went back.
I experienced Oculus at one of the conventions back in the early 2010s, early mid 2010s that I went to, and yeah, no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. Because like them VR things have like one problem that they've never gotten over, which is never is it more obvious that you're not doing the thing that you're looking at. You know, and that's a huge problem. Now, I'm not saying you can't get over that. I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if they figured out what trick they actually need to pull in order to do that. But they certainly haven't done it yet.
I don't know if we're ever going to get to like Lawnmower Man 2 Matrix. Lawnmower Man 2.
I don't. Well, like I don't think we're ever gonna get to. I don't know if we're ever gonna get to like Matrix or Ready Player One.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't know if we're gonna get to that kind of level, but it strikes me that there is a way to make this better. But here's the thing, like, so I checked out that Second Life, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, this feels way better than the Oculus because I know what's going on. I know how to do everything. And there's no interface bullshit. I mean, there is interface bullshit, but it's like, you know, if you can play Call of Duty, you can play something.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of jazz. So I keep thinking that there's gotta be some way to have the best of both of those worlds, but no one's figured it out yet. You know, and I don't know if that's because the solution is known, but it's really technical and really hard, or if it's just something that no one has fucking thought of.
Honestly, it's probably going to be something it's either going to be something someone has thought of and it got shot down for some unknown reason, or it could be something technical, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Like, one of the big problems I know is going to happen in that fucking Metaverse.
oh God, the Metaverse.
The Metaverse. This is something I know is going to fuck the Metaverse hard. Because I see it all the time. Voice.
Yeah.
Voice. It's not that technology won't work. It'll work. It's just no one's going to want to do it. Because people, if you could fucking talk and have the same social presence, you know, you would just do that in real life.
Yeah.
You know, like you would just do it in real life because you're like, oh, well, things I could do with that in real life that I might enjoy. I could actually have sex. I could actually do cocaine. You know, like a lot of reasons why you would do it. You know, but if you're doing it virtually, then if you're doing it virtually, it's because you want to come off as a different person, or you want to create a sub-personality, an avatar, and a voice will break that faster than anything.
Yeah. Yes,
You know?
it will.
So I don't. So unless they figure out how to change voices, which that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg when it comes to voice communication, is just the tone and the sound. That's not the only thing about it. There are patterns of speaking. There are the nonverbal cues, all that kind of stuff. How do you get that across?
Yeah, there's only so this is one of the problems I have with actual texting, like sending messages and everything. It's like the tone that you're trying, like you could say something that's completely horrible, but it's meant to come off as a joke in a text, and someone's just going to read that text, and sometimes you just don't know how they're going to react.
Yeah. Well, Wolfman's like IVR chat. Yeah. But that's kind of the limit right now of that. Like, you have to be willing to be like, oh, here, like in VR chat, your microphone matters. And in all text format, all you have to be able to do is type. And you don't even need to be that good at it.
No.
But in voice communication, not only is the way you communicate important, the apparatus that you communicate through, i.e. the fucking mic and everything, that really starts to matter hard fucking core. And basically what I'm saying is everyone who's on VR chat now, you're not likely to get more people.
Internet connection's unstable.
Yeah. You're not likely to get more people involved in that, because those people on VR chat now are the ones who are comfortable in that world. And for that matter, what would you do with the metaverse that you couldn't do on VR chat? Like, imagine this problem, because I know everyone's thinking about this kind of thing. You're doing something in the metaverse, right? All of a sudden, Ugandan Knuckles fucking comes into the meeting. That meeting is over. Shit's over. Whatever you were talking about is not relative. It's not important anymore. It's done. Like, you're just going to be sitting there going like, well, it's just Ugandan Knuckles now. Like fucking herpes, we got Ugandan Knuckles. And it's one of those, that's not as much of a problem on something like VR chat or Second Life, because everyone who's there accepts that kind of thing as something that's going to happen. What about everybody else?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this whole metaverse to fall apart, because it's going to happen.
There's no way it doesn't.
I mean, and I want it to be a glorious fall apart. Like, I want to see it fall and crumble before my eyes, because it's not like it's not going to happen. Like, eventually they are going to perfect it. Mark Zuckerberg ain't going to perfect it.
Hell no. Because
Zuckerberg's success is built off other people's work, and he doesn't have those people.
Well, more important than that sort of experience doesn't necessarily scale.
No.
Because, like, okay, so for example, during the early years of the Desert Storm 2.
Yeah.
What do you think was the biggest news story that ever happened from 2001, right after 9/11 to, say, 2008? What do you think the biggest story was in that whole period of time?
I have no fucking clue, because I really wasn't paying attention to shit.
Okay. Anna Nicole Smith died.
Oh, yeah. Really? That was the biggest
That
news
was
story?
the biggest. That was the biggest news story of all time at that point.
Oh.
That's the metaverse. That's what's gonna fucking happen. You know?
I'm from Mississippi, John. I live in rural Mississippi.
Yeah, you're gonna be
John
doing
asked
whatever you're fucking doing, and then someone's gonna come in and say, "Hey, this thing fucking happened," and that's what the metaverse is gonna focus on.
Yeah.
Boom. And that's what it's gonna be. Now, the capitalist in me goes, "That is a great advertising opportunity," but the realist in me goes, "There is no way that's gonna last." Because if people can turn that shit off just by clicking a program, by pushing a button, i.e. logging off, they're going to do it.
Around 2008 is like actually when I first joined Facebook too.
Yeah, but like, say they're like, "Oh, you're going to be able to work in the metaverse." Who the fuck cares? You know, like, I don't want to work in the metaverse. I don't want to work, period.
Look,
You know, like, who does? Like, I want to earn money, but that's different.
I'm going to work in the metaverse. It's not going to get no better than what we're doing right now.
Exactly. This is
it. This is the best it's going to get.
Yeah. You know, and I'm just sort of like, what are you planning on doing with the metaverse? Now, here's the thing. All of Facebook's competitors buying in on the metaverse, I know exactly what that's about.
Oh.
Making sure Facebook doesn't take everything.
Yeah.
Because if Facebook fails in the metaverse, it's going to fail big. And if it fails big, you want to be the one running up right behind it so you can pass them. That's what's happening.
Oh, it's going to I don't see how this doesn't fail big. Like,
yeah, because like if it wasn't going to fail big, wouldn't there have been like wouldn't someone have announced a breakthrough?
Yeah. I mean,
you know, it's like, by the way, we've got a little thing that you put on the side of your head, like magnets or something, and then like you're like there, man.
I feel like the metaverse, it's basically Google Glasses. Because remember, Google.
Yeah. I keep comparing it to Google Glass.
Like, and I have a friend that works at Google.
Oldest friend I ever had. A lot of people who have worked at Google.
He works there now. And by the way, he was here this past Christmas finally when he was able to get on the flight to come. Mainly because he was living out in California when his dad died, and he never got to come back because it was during the pandemic.
Oh. Yeah.
But he really wanted to reconnect with everybody. And I finally asked him, "What do you do at Google?" Because he went to college for computer science, all that stuff. And he worked on Google Maps for a while. He was in charge for encoding in certain areas and everything. And I had a bone to pick with him about that, because I told him, like, when my aunt died, how Google Maps sent us through. So something I did not know.
Okay.
There are suburbs within suburbs within suburbs.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like rural town Mississippi, Jack.
Oh. Okay, so we're talking cow pasture country.
Yes. I mean, we are a growing city, as it were.
What's the population?
I don't know. Under 10,000.
That's not city.
Yeah.
That's not city.
We call it. Let me have this, Jack. Leave me alone. Let me have this, please.
Oh.
But we do have like community areas. Like there's Tanglewood right down the road from me. There.
What do you mean by community area?
that they have it's like little fenced in areas with houses in them, and they have names like Tanglewood. One's called Tanglewood. One's called Fish Branch, some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not gated, but they are walled communities.
Oh,
Yeah.
those. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
totally. Like, well, it's like you get those all over. Like, that's what Beverly Hills is.
Yeah. They
You
like to
know?
think they like to think they're Beverly Hills. And a lot of the reason
Oh my
like
god, having been through Beverly Hills, no. That is stupid amounts of ostentatious. Like, you have no fucking clue until you've actually seen it with your own eyes. And
I
then you're
believe
like,
you.
you're like, this driveway is bigger than like properties I've lived on. You know, like
I believe you on that, but a lot of people think that because okay, so a little bit of history on Brookhaven, Mississippi.
yeah.
When what's his name who made WorldCom?
Okay.
I can't remember his name. I actually went to school with his stepdaughter. When he was building WorldCom, he came up through Mississippi, and a lot of people in this town invested into it.
Right.
And now and their family made a lot of money off of it when WorldCom got big and they sold off all their stocks to it. And like we do have legit millionaires here in this small ass Mississippi town.
Oh yeah, I believe it. You know.
Well, so, but a lot of them think that they have a lot more money than they actually do, until you actually see the house that in the place that the government took from him. Because if you go down Highway 84 a certain ways, you'll see this huge fenced off property. Like it goes for miles. And it's like been possessed by the government. And because that was his property here in the county.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Yeah. Well, like, okay, someone's talking about Beverly Hills Teens. Yeah, that cartoon is way closer to the mark than anyone should be comfortable. Oh. Like it's crazy. You know, like it's fucking nuts. And here's the thing. Even in Beverly Hills, what you just said is true. These people look like they have a lot more money than they have.
Mm-hmm.
But make no mistake, there is still a shit ton of money happening.
Oh yeah.
It's just they're trying to look like it's millionaires trying to look like billionaires. You know, it's probably a good way of putting it.
Bernie Evers, that's the guy.
Bernie Evers, the owner of
he's in jail now. Yeah, he's in jail now.
What did WorldCom do? Major account. The accounting people. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a friend of mine like to say, keep your eye on your money or someone else will. You know.
Mm-hmm. And
boy. All the characters have happened shallow. Yeah. Let me put it this way. There's good people everywhere, but stupid and vapid tends to fucking accumulate.
Yeah, they
like beehives.
It's like they're attracted to each other.
They are attracted to each other in a very literal way. You know, it's like if you spend a lot of your time and energy and skills in the direction of making yourself look good, that you then look good, but you don't necessarily have much else. Like some people do, but that's because they're actually smart. There
see,
are some people I know who are both really attractive and very intelligent. They're rare. They're very rare, you know, especially in a place like Beverly Hills. It's very rare to have both. You know, you find more people who are attractive and smart in like the middle class. You know,
yeah,
because that used to be the biggest section of the fucking economy, the biggest section of society.
till capitalism decided to destroy them.
Yeah, until capitalism decided it was done with that. You know, capitalism created the middle class, but also destroyed it. You know, it's like the fall of Rome, man. You know.
Yeah, it is what it is, and
You know, one of the things that was really funny is I looked into the fall of Rome, right? And everyone's like, "Oh my God, it was all the decadence of blah blah blah." No, it wasn't.
no.
Specifically, what it was is rich people stealing money from poor people. That's what causes the fall, because that's what causes your military to fall apart. That's what causes your infrastructure to crumble. That's what causes the society to reach a state where everyone's like, why are we still doing this?
Yeah, 'cause it's I don't know how to say it without. I mean, the rich people are able to be rich and sit in their little ivory towers because we at the bottom are the foundation for them. If we can't
Yeah,
get enough,
if we can't prop that up, then it falls.
yeah.
You know, like that's absolutely true.
So I mean, greed, this endless greed
the
is
Tower of Babel is not about different languages so much as it is the disillusion of communication.
Yep.
You know, and having a top and a bottom, and what happens when that gets way out of balance. And yeah, that's it happened. It's so fucking frequent, man. Like when you look at like the civilizations that rise and fall, it's kind of, and you look at the ones that have stayed in existence. Whoa, it's weird. Because I don't know what that magic sauce is. But two great examples are Hindu culture and the Empire of China.
Mm-hmm.
Those motherfuckers have been around forever.
Yeah.
Ever. Like fucking England has not been around as long as those by a damn sight. You know, like England's is like few hundred, you know, 500-700 maybe, depending on when you start counting. You know, China is measured in the thousands.
Yeah.
Hindu culture is measured in the thousands. You know, like their empire had been reasonably established by the time Babylon fell.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. Like, think about that for a hot second. You know, Babylon, that thing that seems so fucking long ago, that it's like ancient because it's like before the Bible and shit. That's 500. That was 500 BC. That was 500 years before the theoretical birth of Christ. Wait, what? All of a sudden, you're like, wait a minute, it's only like 2,500 years ago. That's not that old. Not in comparison to like when like Egypt had fallen by that point. You know, shit had gone down. So you're just sort of like, wait a minute. These places just keep rising and falling. Why is this one still fucking stable? And There's no real good answer other than the institutions have outlasted the empires, and so they just became the empire.
Yep.
You know, like that seems to be what happened with China. You know, in like the Hindu nations, the Hindu cultures are having a little bit of had a bit of trouble in the early 20th, the late 18th, 19th, late 19th or 20th centuries. But like before that, the only thing that they had keeping each other together is like the cultural institutions. You know, that was what was keeping everything together.
I kind of wonder what's actually going to happen to America, because first of all, we are so many cultures all at once in this huge melting pot of a country.
Oh yeah,
But
but so is China.
yeah, well,
You know, but so is China. You
but
know,
yeah, so is China. But well, we're vastly different cultures. Like we are not just.
wrong.
I'm wrong.
Very
Okay,
wrong.
okay,
The
okay.
various cultures that make up China that is now considered part of China, they are as different as the regional cultures of America.
Okay.
They're very different, but they do, like America, they have a thing that binds them all together, which is the national identity. You know, America has a pretty strong national identity, so is China. That concept of national identity has been that's fairly recent. Like that emerged in the last couple hundred years. Before that, it was like kingdoms and shit, and that's not quite the same. Like particularly, like you would always find an area like say, I forget what the name of the island is, but I can't remember if the island's named England or Britain. But like just the island that fucking
Britain. The island, if I remember correctly, is called Britain.
Yeah, it's either I can't remember. I think the island is called England, but I'm not positive.
I've had this discussion with my friend.
But like, there's the UK, and then there's the UK, there's England, and then there's Britain specific. And I don't exactly know how that all splits. But the point is,
John's dragging me
there.
into
Oh yeah.
Oh look, why do he thinks he knows China?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, England, Scotland, and Ireland, they were technically at one point they were all separate kingdoms.
Yeah.
But now they're part of the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
China is like that. However, another part of Europe that became a single country after having been like a bunch of smaller ones is Germany. Like the formation of Germany as a nation, very recent. Like very recent. That's less than 100 years old. However, the concept of Germany as a landmass and a culture is significantly older. You would just have like a bunch of people who are like, oh yeah, we're German. Oh, so you're from Germany? It's like, yes. But they wouldn't mean a country. They would mean the land area.
Yeah.
You know, the area of Germania. That's what they were talking about. And they, for a very long time, wanted a sort of like, well, we kind of all want to be in a country together. You know, which is one of the things that fascism used when it came.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, we're going to unite Germany, and they kind of did for a little while, and then it broke apart again, but then it reformed.
Yeah.
You know, it's very, very odd, you know, very interesting. But like, China did that shit a lot. It did that a lot. It's called the Warring States period.
Okay.
You know, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you know, like that kind of shit. You know, are you familiar with the Romance of the Three Kingdoms?
It's a name I've heard. Is not something I've ever really looked into.
Okay. Okay. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is like a historic. It's a somewhat dramatic, but also historical work. That's essentially
Mhm.
it's considered like a historical text, even
Okay.
though it's like, even though it's pretty much like everyone knows it's reasonably fictional.
Yeah.
You know, and now that again, it's no more fictionalized than American history. Put it that way.
Oh yeah, and then that.
But you
And
had
there's
like
several
three
fish.
major territories. You had three
Mhm.
major territories that were all considered. Each was a kingdom of what would become China.
Mhm.
Um, but through this entire period, there was constantly a concept of being Chinese.
Yeah.
But the cultures are different, you know. And you see, are you familiar with King Lear?
King Lear.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine if you one idea of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, that period of time, the Warring States period.
Mhm.
You could pretty much set that thing to King Lear. It,
Okay.
in fact, Akira Kurosawa did. It was called Ron.
Yeah. I that is definitely a movie I.
It's a good movie. It's a good
Yeah.
movie, you know. But
Uh.
like that's the general gist of it. You know,
Yeah.
you have like three people. You know, in King Lear, it's like I believe it's three daughters. You know, but
Yeah. I think it is.
in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it's three sons.
Yeah.
You know, and they're all all fighting over each other while like the dad's dream of unifying everybody just kind of falls apart because everyone's squabbling over the inheritance. That's essentially what happened. And then sometime after that, motherfucker called Genghis Khan shows up and is able to unite that area through conquest and assimilation. It's a very, very, very weird combination of the two that is not something we think of doing these days. You know, because in America we think like, you know, conservative versus liberal. We don't think of using those two tools in tandem as a method of nation building. You know, despite the fact that that is how our nation is built.
Yeah.
You
It's
know,
it's how the fathers designed it. It's like, oh, we got these little ideas, we got these conservative ideas.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's just mix it all together.
Yeah, the big problem, that the one thing that the founding fathers were very against wasn't the concept of slavery. It was the concept of inherited power.
Mm-hmm.
That was the big thing they were against. They were against inherited power because the problem is that once you reach a point with the once you've established inherited power, they were like, oh man, that's when everything just starts to slowly fall apart.
And
like you never get back up to that peak. It never fucking happens because too much power accumulated in too small a group of people that is inherited across generations causes huge problems. Like the society stops developing.
it only took us a little over 200 years to get to that point.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. After a very, very, very high climb,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like America got really far. You know, really impressive. You know, an impressive climb. Like even for all the fucked up things that it did, it's still like, well, can't say they didn't get there. You know, but my opinion is our big mistake. The big mistake, unfortunately, started around the 50s.
Okay.
Because there was a big cultural shift in the 50s towards the nuclear family.
Yeah.
Mom, dad, 2 kids, 2.5 kids, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to get people to invest in real estate.
Well, they were trying to get white people to invest in real estate.
Well, no, they were trying to get everybody's money.
Yeah. At
It's
some
just-
point,
it's
the only
just that
color they cared about was
stole more
green.
from some than others. Some people
Yeah.
got a sweeter deal.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening is that it all started once again to become about inheritable wealth.
Yep.
Now anyone could do it. Oh, we could just inherit our wealth and pass it on. Okay. The problem is that the family structure, the nuclear family, is too small. It's literally too small. Like you look at families in like China or Japan or even Korea, those families are gigantic.
Yeah.
Because when you think of the family, you probably like me, because I grew up in America, you think about your parents, your brother, and your sister. Oh, and then you probably think about your aunts and cousins. Okay, if you're Asian, that's the tip of the iceberg. The family goes on and on and on and on. You're like, you have to get used to the idea there are people in your family you are never gonna fucking And so, like, this is where the difference between the family and the clan comes. Who's the clan? Well, the clan is a lot closer to the nuclear family. The clan would be me, my brother, my father, his sisters.
Yeah.
That would be the Shen clan. With probably my grandmother at the top while she still had her faculties. But the family is much, 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 much bigger. More than one surname is considered the family, but there's usually a fight over which clan controls the family. Because that's what gets named. That's who names it.
Yeah.
Like that's a big right. The right of naming something. That's a big deal. Just in humanity. But yeah, the American concept of the family is too small. And so that's one of the reasons why I think China has done much better with capitalism.
Oh yeah.
Because the family is so big that if it's like, well, we're going to keep it in the family, that's actually like a couple hundred people as opposed to 5, 6. Oh, thank you, Town Eccentric. Yeah, like got about 15 minutes here and I'll bring you in. Is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the nuclear family shit is going to is in America is on the way out now because it's unsustainable. Well,
it's
better
not.
way of putting it is that so much is being taken that the middle class is crumbling, and therefore it is unsustainable.
Yeah, no one can really afford to have kids.
Exactly.
Like, I'm surprised. Like, my brother works a good job. His wife, she's a nurse at a hospital. She got a good job. They can barely afford the kid they have now, and my brother wants more.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So-
yeah. Well, the thing is, the thing. Here's the bitch of it. People are not lazy. I mean, some people are.
Well, yeah, some people are.
Some people. But when you're talking about any large group of people, like a single family can be lazy, but not usually like an entire region.
Yeah.
Or an entire town. There are usually too many people for that. To be able to like use that brush stroke. So isn't it interesting that we think of regions as lazy dependent on geography? And the reason that happens the reason we do that is because when you steal something from somebody and you're the one who's taking it, and you get to determine who takes the blame, who you're going to put the finger on. The person you stole it from.
Yeah.
Because that's the easiest.
Yeah.
So I'm always like, no, poor areas are not lazy areas. They're the ones that have had the most shit stolen from.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why, and if you look at it that way, you start finding the pattern and you start noticing what the relationship is. And you start realizing, oh, wait a minute. Like these areas that are really like destitute and stuff, that's because they allowed someone to steal all the value, to steal all the dollars, to steal all the land, all the whatever. You know, and then when they were done, they took it all and left. That's what happened to Harlan.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened to large sections of upstate New York with the GE Corporation. That's what happened to Detroit and Chicago.
Yeah.
You know, it's what happened to it's what happens everywhere. It's what always fucking happens. And we always hear this like, well, you know, you got to work harder, and the answer is, well, yes, that's partially that's not incorrect. The problem is that you're working harder while getting less reward.
Yep.
You know, like if you have those two things, then you have destitution. You know, which is where a lot of areas in America are, and a lot of areas that are like that in America is because of laissez-faire, conservatism. You know, you would think that something calling itself the Conservative Party would want to conserve the money in the local area, but that's not the case. That's not how they think. Because what they're really trying to conserve is the concept of inheritable wealth and aristocracy. That's the real deal. And they have done this number on poor white working America that makes them believe that what the poor white people in general want is what they're trying to conserve. It isn't. Not even a little bit. You know, and that's what's super fucked up. That's how it's all super fucked up. That's why liberals the enemy. Not because of anything that they actually did.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whether or not liberals are good is beside the point. The point is, if you can demonize them enough, then you've got control.
Oh, yeah. Trust me, I see it every day. Technically, for Brookhaven, Mississippi, I am considered like if I actually told people that around here my political beliefs, I would be considered a left-wing nut job.
Oh yeah,
and that's being nice.
Yeah, in California, I'm like just left of center. In California, you know, that means that what that seems to mean is I'm willing to. I don't need a great communist revolution. I just need movement in that direction.
Yes,
you know, like that makes me something of a moderate.
Yeah. Well, like if we're going by a world stage, I would probably consider center left. Probably, you're probably maybe just a smidge to the left of me, but
yeah. But like in general, you know, the idea there is nothing about some of the big ideas. You know, some of the big ideas in you know, center left American politics, universal health care, that kind of shit. Works perfectly well in, you know, in a conservative context because it's actually intended to conserve something. and B, it actually benefits everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's one of those things where it's like, if companies are willing to give up the control over their employees that holding benefits in front of them gives them, everyone is better off and makes more money.
Yeah.
Except for the insurance company. They're the one who are ass out because you don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
But everyone else benefits. So why is it so hard to change that? You would think everyone else would just get together and gang up on the insurance company. Just be like, actually, we don't need you, but then you'd be losing your finger on that button. You know, that says work harder because I say so. Now I don't have that tool anymore. I don't have that power. That's what a lot of people don't want to give up. And they have convinced poor people that they're the ones who have their finger near the button. And in a way, they're right, but in a major way, they're wrong. You know, and that's just, hi, John. John's like, I'm to the left of Gandhi. I'm to the left of the right. Yeah, all I know is that I am apparently not lefty enough for some people, but way too lefty for others. So I don't know if that means I'm in the dead center, but I have a feeling I'm not, because every time I hear someone talk about the dead center, I'm definitely not the dead center in American politics.
Yeah, because when you actually talk about anything in American politics, you better left, right, center. In American politics,
everything is way closer to the push, way farther to the right.
Yeah, everything's way farther to the right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if someone told me I was to the right of the international left, I think I'd be a little confused, but I'd be like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe. Like, I have lived in America most of my life, so.
Mm-hmm. It took me the longest time to convince my buddy James that he's actually considered left in American sense, because he supports those things, but he had this right-wing frame of mind around him, and I'm just like, dude. But when you watch Bo the Fifth Column, right? I've seen.
Yeah, I've watched that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I found out that Bo has a way of breaking down these concepts that I am horrible at breaking down. Like, I am not going to convince anybody of anything. It is not in my repertoire to do that.
Yeah,
I know my strength. That isn't one of them.
Yeah, Bo's really good at breaking things down to the simple concepts.
And I found out that a lot of these people, you got to break it down to those simple concepts for them to actually understand it.
Yeah, because not only are you dealing with, because one of the things is that the society encourages that lack of critical thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is why people who use it are considered against the grain, because kind of in a way are. You know, they want you to just believe certain things. And a lot of people, if those beliefs are supported by the society with money, status, and power, it's very easy to keep going along with that. You know, so yeah, the people who are the most stuck are the people who understand the least, because them not understanding it is why they have been somewhat elevated.
Yep. And
you know, that's where that privilege comes from. You know, privilege is not having to do shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's really interesting. And one of the things I do think is really annoying and upsetting is that the way we have divided the labor.
Mm-hmm.
There is no good reason your mechanic shouldn't have a college degree.
Yeah.
You know, there just isn't.
No, there isn't.
You know, like you want a person who's that well versed in the creation, in the maintenance of cars, but there's a problem. There's a disconnect, and it's not just it's not just on the local social level. It's on all levels.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it gets fucked up. Because if you go to college, what's one thing you stop doing? Think about what it is when you go to college you stop doing.
It's been a few years since I've actually been
What
to
part
college.
of the body do you not use as much?
You're stumping me, Jack. I'm sorry.
Your hands.
Okay, explain.
You stop using your hands.
I distinctly remember using my hands a lot in college.
Oh, to write.
Mm-hmm.
But what are you using your hands for if you take a class in engineering? What's the main thing you do with your hands?
You write out equations and stuff.
Exactly.
You're not actually
building something. You're not actually putting that into praxis constantly and experimenting. You're learning formulas, which are useful, but the method of communication when it comes to actually building shit is very different. So you have a person who has all the theoretical knowledge, but can't fucking fix an engine because they haven't done it. 4 years they studied, haven't done it.
Unless they, for some odd reason, took the automotive vocational classes.
Exactly, but those are considered blue collar. That's not where the money is, right? We're paying for an education so that you'll make money. You know, because money only comes in certain places because we become a cargo cult when it comes to this. No one understands, well, wait a minute. Like, if my MBA son is actually like, or daughter is talented in mechanics, wouldn't I want them to become a mechanic and own the shop?
Theoretically.
Like, that's real value. Now the family has access to this. Now you can get favors. You know, the business can be built, you know, like you now have a foundation from which to do whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's not what we do. We're like, hey, why don't you go to get college so you can get an office job working for somebody else?
Yeah. And
I'm like, well, yeah, but that's not yours. That's not the families at that point. That's not the clans. You know, that's doing weird busy work for another person. Maybe it needs to get done, but that's not the point. The point is we're not reaping the rewards in any way but cash, and that's actually not as useful. It's actually not as useful, even though it's the thing everyone's been told to go for.
Mm-hmm. What's
way more useful is having a person who is smart doing a job that needs to get done. Like, the minute you start dealing with a smart plumber, you will never want to deal with anybody else.
This is true.
You know, you're just going to be like, wait, this guy's on the ball and he knows how to fucking do... No. Never call anybody else. Just Dan. You know, just that motherfucker. Because that motherfucker can come in and fix a pipe. He will only take an hour. He will charge me a fair price. And because he is smart, his fair price gets him a lot for his time while not costing me as much. Because he's smart.
Speaking as someone who's been in that situation, and after fixing the pipe and replacing a bathroom floor that the previous plumbers had to fix, yeah.
Dumb plumber does damage.
Yeah, dumb plumber costs me a fucking bathroom floor. God.
Exactly. And that was probably a couple thousand to fix.
Oh, it was a couple thousand for him because he paid for it.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Good.
George did not pay to have a complete bathroom floor completely ripped up
Yeah.
and replaced.
Yeah. Oh, and John's like, well, yes and no. Medical majors are required to get their hands dirty. Yes, and this is why.
Wait.
Doctors have to actually do shit.
Yeah.
You know, but also.
And doctors have to see rich people too.
Yeah. It's the thing. Remember, it's not a PhD, it's an MD. It's not just not just a different discipline, it's a completely other thing.
Yeah.
Even the system says that. You know, oh man, it's yeah. No, doctoring is interesting because it is unlike anything else. Because you do want someone to be, this is gonna sound ridiculous, but like, yeah, you want a doctor of plumbing. You know, you want a doctor of plumbing, a doctor of fucking car mechanics, you know, like that seems like a really good idea. Like someone who is that knowledgeable and that hands-on, knowing what to do. You know, like you want that person. That person is exceedingly valuable. But no, we send our best and brightest into finance. What? Oh, that way they could accumulate numbers and steal money from other people. Well, I mean, what? Like, that's okay. Well, and with that, we can buy politicians. Well, yeah. But I don't know what to say other than you got to work your way up to that. You know, like you can't just have that. Yeah, doctor of fucking. Why not? Why not?
We can have a doctor of fucking.
Doctor of fucking, yeah. Medical doctors, nurses, EMTs, hell, even the mental health side have to do stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, medical is extremely hands-on. It has to be. You know, there's no other way to do it. You can't divide the labor differently, you know? I love, oh, yeah. Oh, geez. Scrubs. Yeah. Yeah, like proof that your job. Hey, let me put it this way: Scrubs kind of works off the premise of like we look at doctors as if they're these special people. What if their job kind of sucks too?
As someone that works with doctors, yeah, their job sucks.
Yeah, I know.
Doing graphic design.
Like
Wolfman. Thank you very much, Wolfman.
If I had to, like, okay. Hospital story time.
Sure.
All right. So I'm working security, and in the ER, we have room 17. Okay. Room 17 is where all the mental patients go. If you are having a mental breakdown or something mentally is wrong with you, if room 17 is free, you're going into room 17. We have used other rooms, but that's only when room 17 was not free. Or they thought something physically was wrong with you.
Right.
So I'm not sure what this person came in for. But they were not all there.
Right.
And the ER, when the ER gets busy and they can't have someone watch this person to make sure that they stay in the room, they call us, security, to go over there, just make sure they don't leave the room. So I get the call. They're busy. I have to go there to make sure this person does not leave the room. Good news, he didn't leave the room. However, that did not prevent him from doing anything in the room.
Right.
And apparently, he didn't let anybody know he needed to go to the bathroom. He just decided he was going to go there in the room.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So he's looking at me. I'm looking at him. He gets up off the bed and just walks to about the middle of the room. I am outside the room at the door just looking in. he doesn't have he has the hospital gown on. His clothes are stacked up on the counter on the side. He squats in the middle of the room, takes a deuce, then decides to stick his fingers in it and starts rubbing it all over the wall.
Yeah.
Then he starts coming near me, and I'm like, when he starts coming to me with fingers sticking out towards me, I'm just like, John. Oddly enough, there's a nurse named John. John, this person just sat in the middle of the room and rubbed shit all over the wall. Y'all need to come handle this. Code Brown, y'all need to handle this. I'm going back to the security office. Bye.
Yeah. We're done here. You know.
Yeah, I get paid enough to watch them. I don't get paid enough to handle them
here at the moment.
And legally, there is nothing I could do to that person because unless they actually attack me, I cannot touch them.
Yeah. Some violence has to be happening.
Yeah.
Oh man.
The
John's
only time
I wanted to say sorry about that. It was a weird Tuesday. But yeah. Okay. So let me send you. I'm gonna bring Town Eccentric in, but let me play out with this. Let me tell you about this. Not personal tale. This is secondhand tale.
Okay, secondhand tale.
And it is the weirdest medical thing I've ever heard of.
Mm-hmm.
And since we are already talking about poop,
oh boy,
let's go all the way.
Let's go for it. Get neck deep in the shit.
A friend of mine is working. Guy I know is working the mental health.
Mm-hmm.
And a guy comes in. He's a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he is black. It takes 4 guys to restrain him, and these are not small dudes. You know, just this guy's bigger.
Yeah.
And they bring him in, and he's really obviously got like something wrong with his stomach. He's got like a hernia or something, or a cyst or something like that. And he's in a huge amount of pain. Physical doctor, the MD comes over and is like, yeah, okay, I know what to do. All right, put him in this room. They put him in a room. They put him in the maternity, a room in the maternity ward, the chair with the stirrups.
Mm-hmm.
They put him in that. And he's like, all right, I need a speculum, a bucket, and a couple of other things that I don't know the names of.
Yeah.
They get him in the stirrups. They have to restrain him. Puts the speculum in the guy's ass, opens it up, and proceeds to remove 20 pounds of fecal matter.
Okay.
And all the while this is going on, the guy is screaming, "They stole my baby!"
Oh.
They stole my baby!
Oh.
So they finish surgery.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, yeah, there was a minor blockage. We got it all taken care of. Everything's good. They put the guy in a room by himself, guarded.
Mm-hmm.
And then dude has to it was an emergency situation, so they haven't actually admitted him yet.
Oh, no.
So they send dude in, like, all right, you got to go in and get the guy's information, find out what the fuck's going on. Just in case it's something, we got to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
So go in there, take his information, do a basic psych evaluation, which is just basically, are you a danger to yourself or other people? And, fill out the form. So he goes in there, and the guy's still strapped to the he's strapped to the bed at this point.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, okay, what's your name? Okay. Do you know what your social security number is? Do you know who the president is? Do you know where you are? He answers all those questions correctly. It's not hard.
Yeah.
You know? So like, okay, he knows he's in a hospital. He knows what year it is. He knows who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And so he asks the obvious question. Sir, why do you think you're here? And he goes, I don't know, but they stole my baby. What makes you think that they stole your baby, sir? Well, I was pregnant. Well, sir. And here he did something he probably should not have done. Which he's like, sir, you weren't pregnant. Your stomach was distended because there was 20 pounds of impacted fecal matter in your colon. And then the guy just responds, well, then why do white guys keep fucking me when I'm in the park?
I was not prepared for that.
And at that moment, they were like, I'm going into psychology. Because what the fuck just happened?
That I was not prepared for that ending.
No. No one was. No one is. And so that was just like, yeah, I'm just going to go into criminal psychology or abnormal psychology.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, what just happened? How does even how is a person so selectively delusional?
I'm pretty sure if we could answer that question, we would have a lot of problems solved.
Oh yeah. That was his feeling. That was his feeling. So I was like, yeah, we're going into abnormal psychology here. Yeah, like I gotta try to figure this out.
Reminds me of a pregnant woman we just had a couple of weeks ago.
Oh wait, did Wang fucking do something on this story as well? Or is it just like you just mean it's just like a Wang-esque story? A story that he might have covered. Because it's definitely that. It's definitely that. You know, he clogged himself to deliver one punchline in the emergency room. You know, like, but yeah, how? How does that happen?
I don't know. But if I did, I'd be really rich right now.
Yeah, there's some weird shit that happens, man. You know? No, it just sounds like one. Yeah. Because, I got a couple of those.
Oh yeah, I got a few. I got a quick one.
Okay.
So this happened really recently. Like I said, this was a couple of weeks ago. I'm sitting at work. Next thing I know, like I'm like an hour into my shift. Next thing I know, someone comes over the PA system and it's like, I need a fucking nurse supervisor up to room 207 right now. Y'all need to stop fucking ignoring me. Now, I'm rural town, Mississippi. We are considered a Christian hospital. That was not a Christian thing to do.
Yeah. That is not within protocol. Either something is going down or something serious is going down or someone is on the microphone who shouldn't be.
So I immediately think, well, I just heard the last message from some nurse who just got fired. Because after they dealt with what situation she had to deal with, she wasn't going to be a nurse anymore.
Oh, no.
But that's not what happened.
Okay.
So it turns out I go up there because I have to find out what's going on because someone yelled fuck over the PA system.
Right.
So basically, we had admitted this woman who claimed to be 11 months pregnant. Yeah, hold on, it gets weirder. That the baby's daddy's father has paid off everybody in the hospital to keep the baby inside of her. And and that she was not having any of it. I would never got a reason why the baby daddy parents did this. Apparently they didn't want her having the baby. So before she got on the intercom, because LDRP has an overflow ward, and she was in the overflow ward.
Okay, all right.
And that's in second floor surgical, and no one's up there because they shut that down during the pandemic. There's no nurses at that nurse station. So she just walked over to the nurse station and looked at the menu on the phone and turned on the intercom. That's how she got on the intercom.
The woman, the crazy woman.
Yes, the crazy woman.
Okay.
She was coherent enough to read a listing and press the right buttons. So she called the police. The police called nursing LDRP, the nurse station there, right as she got on the intercom. The nurse told her, y'all need to we needed some police over here. After she got off the intercom, she took the stairs next to the nurse station, walked straight down to the ER, and walked out, saying she was going to walk 30 miles south to Macomb.
Okay. What? Do you know what happened next?
No, I do not know what happened to her after she left the hospital. We thought she was going to end up coming back. She never came back. As far as I know, she hasn't been back.
What's between there and the fucking nearest town?
Well, the nearest town's Weston. That's to the north. She went south.
Okay, what's between the hospital and what's the nearest point south?
A whole lot of highway. In trees. And whatever farms you can see from the highway.
She wandered off into the highways and trees and now lives there as an overpass witch.
That is a distinct possibility. Like it would take her a while to get to the highway from there, because there is a town. Like we got a Walmart and everything, Jack.
Maybe that's where she's been this whole time. She's just somehow in the Walmart.
No, there's a wooded area next to the employee parking of the Walmart where we know for a fact homeless people have some sort of community up in there.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen those all the time. No, I meant like the idea. I mean, like I'm talking about people hiding in the Walmart and living.
That has happened at this Walmart.
Like within the walls of the Walmart. Occasionally you'll be restocking the dog food and then someone's made like a little house with a hot pot there.
They lived out of the bathrooms in the back.
What?
Yeah, this happened.
How the fuck do you not get discovered?
Well, Walmart used to be open 24 hours. So
but I mean, like, people got to use the bathroom during the day,
man. There's like two up front, one to the left side, and there's one in the back.
Yeah, but how do you not know when one of those is like mysteriously not in fucking use?
Have you ever used a Walmart bathroom?
Actually, can't say that I have.
Okay, there's a reason why. They're nasty.
Oh.
Like I will go out of my way to not use the Walmart bathroom.
Okay, so you're telling me that, like, they don't do daily cleanings and shit.
They do. People just tear them the fuck up. Like, I swear, there's like a group of people that's like, go in there and they just tear the places up. Like, they put in new fixtures. I remember when they put them in, because I have friends that work there. It's like, yeah, they put in new stuff in the bathroom. Great. 3 days. 3 days before someone had torn something up and broke shit.
Like broke the sink.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Not exactly the sink, but the counter. And the counter was granite.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, is ever one of these bathrooms just like fucking explode because there's like a crystal meth lab in there?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh my god!
I know. There's an old video of Nash's. What the fuck is wrong with you? Where they found that someone had set up a crystal meth lab in a Walmart.
Yeah. I'm just sort of like, okay, so like, people will just like put their shit in the bathroom, lock the door, and then just live there for a few days.
Yes, it is. Well, they used to. The Walmart's no longer 24 hours, so they can't get away with that shit.
Right. Because now there's like all right, now you gotta, part of the thing is now you gotta like look in all the rooms.
Yeah.
Right.
But no, there was a point where, we did have people living inside the Walmart because they had nowhere else to go. Like, it wasn't until I started working security that I realized what kind of homeless problem my little rural ass town has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the city is just where it's most obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
But
in a city, it's obvious. In a rural or suburban area, it's still there.
Oh yeah,
You just don't fucking notice it as easily.
Like you'll see the occasional hitchhiker, but just this past year, someone set up a tarp, chairs, and like a bunch is behind the McDonald's, and which is just a parking lot for like a shopping center that's no longer there. That's got divided up into like a bunch of little shops. So I'm going there to get Little Caesar's pizza.
Oh, okay. So like it's still reasonably in operation.
Yeah, it's an operation, but there's this old couple.
I was like, if there's a rundown like mall, why wouldn't you just like break in and live there? You know?
We tore that shit down.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Well, we tore it down to build a car lot because if there's one thing you're guaranteed in Brookhaven, it is a surplus of car lots.
What? I thought it was all right, so you're in a rural area that has a ton of car lots.
You're asking a bunch of questions.
How does the population sustain that?
I don't fucking know. The thing is, I had a friend who worked at it was at the new Jeff Wilson that was built. It is way too big for this town. And he quit his job because he couldn't get anybody to buy any fucking cars. Like,
yeah, I was about to say, man, like,
now here's the thing. I know there's only one super really successful car dealership here in this town. It is Stan King Auto Cadillac dealership. Because Stan King's always doing work. Like, how well Stan King is doing, he was able to take a section of his car lot, turn it into a private baseball field for his son to practice baseball. Okay, after his son's no longer playing baseball in high school, he tore that shit down.
Okay, so he's got a wad.
He's got a wad. He has got a wad.
He's got money to throw around in a small town.
And his daughter was fucking hot as hell in high school, and I graduated with her, and I this close to getting in.
What about these days?
She's still hot.
Okay.
She's still she still got it. She still got it.
Oh man.
Anyways.
All right. I should bring I should bring Town Eccentric on. But it's been entertaining to talk to you as always, man.
All right. If anything, I'm always glad to be entertaining.
Yeah. I'm just like, I'm like, it's only a couple thousand people, then you can only have so many car lots. There are only so many people that need cars at any one period of time.
But yeah, most of them use it as a front for running drugs because we are also like.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, we are also apparently we are at the center of the I-55 corridor. By the way, story for next time, and I'll have to write this down to remember this. My brother was accused by a drug dealer of being the kingpin of the I-55 corridor in court. That is a tale. That is a tale for
I'm going to assume he was wrong.
Oh, He is very much wrong, and my brother had to answer these accusations on the stand in a court of law about how wrong he was. Afterwards, the prosecution had to go over to the defense table and like, you need to get these boys a deal, and you need to do it now.
Yeah, we need to do something about this. This is ridiculous.
But that's a story for another time, because my time is sadly up.
Yeah, your time's up. All right, talk to you later, George.
I'll be back. I will be back.
Talk to you later, man. You take care.
See you later. You too.
Oh, man.
Oh.
All right. Let us. There we go. Bam. All right. So next is Town Eccentric. Let's see. Did you send me a message either on? Yeah, can you send me a message on Discord? That way I could send you the link. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay, there we go. There's Concentric. All right, there's the link. Get all this. Oh, whoops. No, that's not correct. Is this correct? Thank you, Silly Prom. Sipping gin and juice. Oh man. I got juice. Do I got gin? Whoops. Wrong thing.
Pray to Satan, pray to Satan, pray to Satan.
Sipping gin and juice, no joke. Hail Satan and
got
salute.
my money on my mind, on my money, and my money on my mind, sipping on gin and juice. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we are at 80. We have accumulated $81. That means we are $119 shy of our goal, and things are looking good. Things are looking good. All right, while I'm waiting for Town Eccentric to like click on the link so we can get her in, I'm going to go inspect my own gin and juice situation. Be right back.
In 1964, there was a Sammy Davis Jr. impersonator. Well, not really an impersonator, but an imposter. He fooled everyone, every time, and earned the nickname of Scammy. What you are about to see is the only known film of Scammy in action. Okay, Sammy, we're rolling.
All right.
Bojangles, take one.
Well, I met this cat Bojangles and he danced for me. In worn out shoes, this wacky cat Bojangles and he danced for me. In his underpants.
Wait, what? Sammy,
What?
cut. What the hell was that?
What's wrong with that?
Just sing it how it's written.
No, that's how the song goes, man. I can show you the lyrics.
Come on, Cam.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Candyman, take one.
Hello, I'm trying to get my
Who
webcam
can
to
take
work.
a sunrise, sprinkle in a
And
dream.
it's fighting me.
Separate the sorrow and collect up all
Come
that
on,
cream.
webcam.
That candy cat. Yeah, that candy cat can. That candy man can, cause he puts
Hold
it
on,
in
let me
his
try
underpants
unplugging it and
makes the
replugging
world
it.
Sammy,
I'm
you're
wearing
doing
a
it.
headset,
Nothing
so
about
it's the
underpants and
fuck.
Candyman.
What are you talking about, man? Of course
No, there
is.
isn't.
Read it just like it's
I don't
written,
know.
man.
What else have you got?
Did you
I
try
got this
turning it
original
off and
I'd
on
like to lay
again?
on you. Tell me what you think. I was wearing grandma's panties, cause they were big and soft. But they were stiff and brown
Ow.
by the time I took them
He's
off.
still yelling at me.
So grandma got some soap, put hot water
Darn.
in the tub. She took those filthy
I got
under things
the-
and gave them a good scrub.
I actually finally
So what
bought
do you think?
one of your new Baphomet shirts, so I wanted to show it off.
Aw. Oh, that's cool. You know, I'm sorry your camera's not working.
Yeah, I got a new computer, but I didn't get a new camera. I think that's the problem here.
Yeah. All right. So what the
Oh,
other
wait.
thing that y'all were listening to or trying to get the technical problems, handled was I had a friend named David Rennicker. He was my roommate for a little bit, and he was an animator, and he was bar none one of the weirdest guys I ever lived with. Not in a bad way, in a very good way. He was a really, really entertaining guy. Short dude, curly, thick hair. I don't know if he's still got it. Like he may have gone bald for all I know. But one day, he fucking comes up to me in the kitchen and he sings me this song.
What else have you got?
I got this original I'd like to lay on you. Tell me what you think. I was wearing grandma's panties, cause they were big and soft. But they were stiff and brown by the time I took them off. So grandma got some soap, put hot water in the tub. She took those filthy under things and gave them a good scrub.
Now, that was him. That's his voice.
Well, that wasn't the button I meant to press, but it worked.
Oh, it did? Oh, yeah, there
Hi.
you go. There you go. There you are. Excellent. Yeah, yeah. I was just telling everyone about. Oh, sweet.
It
Oh,
looks
that's
good in
awesome.
red.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the good shit right there. Oh my god. So yeah. I was just telling everyone about the fucking David Rennicker, who I haven't seen in years, to be totally honest, and the man leaves an impression. So David, little filth, Rennicker, if you're out there, I'm still alive. Let me know you're still alive. Like, this guy, he was one of the greatest, like, fucked up storytellers. The greatest tellers of fucked up stories
Nice.
that I've ever fucking known. Like, one of his favorites that he would tell people when he didn't know what else to talk about, he'd be like, "You ever worked at a porn shop?" And you're like, not personally, David, not me. Like, but we had a few friends that had, and he was like, "Worked at this one shop for like I don't know, 10 years off and on. And every day there was a guy who'd come in. And you ever wonder like why some porno shops got like some of their videos like normally it's all just like, hey, big asses or like giant tits, whatever. Like you that's easy. But then you'll find one that is like beyond. And I don't mean like fatliners. Like people with fat fetishes. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about videos specifically about women spanking men with hairbrushes. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I imagine there's that kind of thing around. He's like, no. There's one video in the store I worked at. And this one guy, old dude, came in every day to watch the same video. And he would go in, and when he would get his change from the counter, he'd go, nice day for a hairbrushing. I was just like, are you fucking shitting me? And he's like, nope. So you're telling me that some of these videos are around just because a regular watches them. So next time you see Hamsters and Colons Volume 5, there's like one guy that rents that every day.
That explains everything.
Yeah, it did. And I was like, oh, I was wondering why that was always on the shelf, because you're like, the audience for this cannot be that big. But it turns out it doesn't need to be if it's rented every day.
It's the Richard Gere video. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it was, oh God, like this.
I don't know. For some reason, it just makes me laugh that it was the spanking with hairbrushes, because that's the most obvious fetish you can think of.
I know, right? Like, it's like, shouldn't that be part of a larger video,
It should be like a section.
Yeah, why is it just 20 minutes of this, Oh God, he said the meanest thing to a girl once when I was in the apartment.
Oh dear.
Like, because okay, so here was the thing about Rennicker, which is the worst thing you could be as a woman is stupid.
Oh dear.
Like cute and stupid is not enough for him. He will take he's that guy, he'll take ugly and smart over cute and stupid. Every single fucking time. Yeah. But because he's a funny guy, he attracts a lot of cute and stupid, even though he himself is not an attractive man. Like,
oh God, he's got the insult comic thing.
Yes. Yeah, but he's actually trying to get people to go away. Except it's not working.
It's the Groucho Marx problem. There's that whole thing where he's like, I can't insult anyone because they just laugh.
Yeah. No. Oh, and Groucho Marx was like his hero. So, like, absolutely. But there was this one girl, like, physically, she was definitely up my alley. And she was wearing, she had like, but, she's the kind of girl I had tramp stamp and a G-string on, to wear at the club, which is where he had just come back from. And he frequented a different type of club than I. So he would bring back a different type of person. And I could tell that he didn't really like this girl. Like, she was annoying. She had not gotten the hint that he did not want to hang out with her. But he wanted to keep hanging out with his actual friends, and she was, like, connected to that group somehow.
Right.
And so they're sitting around, they're drinking. Oh, and the thing that's weird is that the guy actually did, like, he wasn't leprechaun small, but he was, like, dwarf short. You know? Like, you could see him, like, wearing a helmet and an axe and just being a particularly svelte dwarf.
So he attracts weird chicks too.
Yeah. So he attracted a lot of weird chicks, which was okay. But this one girl, he had it in for. And she says something. I don't even know what she said because I was only half paying attention. And then she stands up and kind of does the bend over, look at my ass kind of thing. And I mean, it was very pleasant to look at. You know, I'm
I'm
sitting there
worried
going,
about what he says next.
okay, so he notices her G string, and he goes, "Holy crap, that thing's got to be roasted in your ass now. How long have you been wearing that?" I bet that thing is like, you can make soup out of that.
Ooh.
I was like, I cannot stop. I cannot stop laughing. I mean, dude, like
That's
that
a-
was so fucked up.
That's a double burn because that's both mean and gross.
I know. I was like, what the hell, dude? Like, but of course, I'm so floored. I can't stop laughing. And later on, where I'm like, dude, you fucking like, you burned that girl. Like, why the fuck did you do that? She's like, she's fucking stupid. You know, like nothing worse than stupid. You know how they say like, I can take a chick as stupid if she's hot. Wrong. You can't. Don't do that. It's a bad idea. You know, all of a sudden, because then you find yourself in stupid land, and then just everyone is stupid, and you just want to fucking decimate everybody. You know, you just want to run up to a person, just fucking punch them in the fucking face, and then just keep running.
John the Joker, was your friend Don Rickles?
He had that about him. You know, like he was the kind of guy who would look at a fat dude and say like, "Hey, Baskin Robbins called. They say that down to 5 flavors." You know, like he absolutely was that kind of guy.
Oh.
And like, I have no idea what happened to the guy. I ran into him randomly at a fucking Safeway once, like years ago, like 10 years ago. I haven't seen this guy in like almost 15 years. You know, well, actually 10 if I'm talking about seeing him 10 years ago. So, I saw him like 10 years ago, but I haven't seen him since. And now here's the thing. The man has a reputation. Because why wouldn't he when you think about it? And he was an animator. So everyone in the video game industry who ever worked at a company that he worked at as an animator knew who the fuck he was, and his nickname was Little Phil. Which I found out because I eventually worked for his former boss. And I was telling the story of like, nice day for hairbrushing. And he's like, wait a minute, where did you hear that story? And I'm like, my former roommate, David Rennicker, told me. He's like, oh, David Rennicker, Little Filth. Yeah, you still talk to him? How's he doing?
He should have taken that name on in a rap career. That's a great name.
Oh, dude, no. Like, oh, yeah, this is like during the time of the rise of the East Side Boys and shit. He could totally have rocked that crap.
Insult rap, that exists. Eminem had a career at it forever.
yeah, no, he totally could. And the funny thing is that he was a very good technical painter. He's a very good technical painter. The bulk of his clientele was back in the days when they needed people to do paintings for medical textbooks.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah. You know, before they got it all, before it went all digital.
Right.
You know, he was the guy who would like, and this is what the left ventricle looks like. You know, like that was his job. He's really good at it.
Well, and some of those those medical books that have the painted illustrations are gorgeous. Like they're amazing to look at.
He worked on quite a number of them. So there is a chance if you have one that it has one of his paintings. He was considered one of the best. But not very good with money. Although I will say that sometimes that had benefits being his roommate. You know, like he never didn't pay his rent. He never didn't pay his bills.
That's
like,
kind of the important part.
Yeah. That's all I cared about. It's like, you paying your bills? Okay, great. If I come up to you and I was like, yo, what's a rent check? If you hand me a rent check in 5 minutes and then it doesn't bounce if I go to the bet, good enough. You know, like.
See, I'm a millennial, so being able to pay your bills is being good with money in my world.
Yeah, yeah. Before you could make so much money that you'd be shitty with it and still pay your bills, as long as when the guy showed up said, "I need this money," you handed it to him. Which tells you like this was right after like the .com boom. You know, that's how he lost a lot of his money.
When the .com thing crashed.
Yeah, yeah. With he went from being a man who made a lot of money to a man who made next to no money.
That sucks.
Oh yeah, totally. And he was not an easy guy to get. Actually, in my world, he was a very easy guy to get along. But in the professional corporate world, you can see how a guy who acts like this is probably gonna rub people the wrong way.
HR has a file on him this big.
Oh yeah, any job he went to, I guarantee HR has a file on the guy. You know, I don't know that he ever did anything physically inappropriate, but I know he said inappropriate shit. You know?
Sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah, because like those kind of stories, that kind of shit, that's just what he would say around the office. According to Alex. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah. You ever heard that song Sex Dwarf? And I'm like, yeah, Alex, I do know Alien Sex Fiend, right? Like, yeah. You know how every band, every goth band in the area plays that song? And I'm like, yes? He's like, I think it's because of David Rennicker. And I'm like, what? No. But I asked around and they're like, yeah, there was this guy named David. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Is that why everyone from the area played that song for the longest fucking time? Because everyone knew David Rennicker? You gotta be fucking shitting me.
Given what I know about scenes, probably.
Exactly. Exactly. But the thing is that the main thing that I was fucking confused about is he did not travel directly in the same circles that I did. So I'm like, there's got to be like this circle within a circle that knows him. You know, because it's not like he would show up at Goth Night or anything.
Right.
You know, like he was a little bit more of a classic lowlife. You know, he went to places that were called, he didn't just go to a bar, he went to like lounges, if you know what I mean.
Oh, God.
You know, like he was a classic lowlife. I loved him. I really liked him.
The ones that smelled like cigarettes 20 years after California banned smoking indoors.
Exactly. Egg fucking exactly. This is a guy who would like. Now the other thing was, I'm pretty sure he was also an alcoholic, but he was a very high functioning one.
I know a lot of high functioning alcoholics.
Yeah. That guy would go through like, oh God, he would buy like a 36 pack because that would last him a week.
Damn.
Yeah, but like, I never saw him unable to walk. He was just one of those guys. I don't know what it is. Although, he was in a relationship with this one girl who had a husband she was trying to divorce. And I was like, why are you getting involved with a married woman, man? And he's like, well, you know.
That's how you get shot.
Not like, you know, not like he's doing anything with it. You know, and I'm like, oh, dude, that's not even what I'm talking about. A guy comes up to me, you know, I come up and pick up this woman. He looks at me and he's like, what's it like to fuck a midget? Geez, what'd I ever do to you besides fuck your wife? You know? Oh my God.
What
No,
are you doing
that
right now?
guy-
I'm
yeah.
in bed with your wife.
Yeah, I am like Rennicker is someone's like fucking shoulder demon come to life. You know, like I don't know how else to
Yes.
explain it. He's like Lucy from Disenchanted, you know?
Also, and granted, I've only known about this man for about 10 minutes now, but he sort of sounds like Grandpa Firefly.
He was a lot like Grandpa Firefly. Yeah, absolutely. Like that. That's the kind of jokes he would tell. No, eat your grandmother's pussy. Like that was absolutely him. You know, like, but basically, like in that equation, had I not been married, and we had been single, and we lived like out in the sticks, he might have been Grandpa Firefly. I might have been Otis Driftwood. You know, like it was that weird.
I can see that.
Yeah, I like to rent, not own. He did say that at one point, actually. Like,
I somehow can picture you going into the Manson-esque rants too.
well, like the thing. Oh God, it was just so weird living with it. I would have, but like I said, he always paid the rent, always paid the bills. Everything was fine. You know, so as long as he kept doing that, I can deal with a lot if you do that. Because we had rich roommates who wouldn't pay their fucking bills.
So they're just worthless at that point.
Oh, just worthless pieces of shit. And some of these included like the early programmers at YouTube. You know, where it's like, dude, just give me my $500. That's all I'm asking. I don't need anything else from you in this world except the $500 every month. Now, I am even willing to go so far as to come up to you and say, hey, did you forget about the rent? And then have you cut me the check or hand me the cash. But when I do that, I'm going to want the check or the cash.
Right.
This
We've
is a
all done
guy-
that.
Yeah, well, this guy, as far as I can tell, he had money, but he spent everything at the strip club. And I'm sitting there going like, I think you could fucking go $500 less and get the same amount of action. You know, because that $500 is technically ours. You're not spending your money at that point. You're spending our money. I'm not okay with that. Like,
Also,
he
no
was
one
a
likes the rich guy at the strip club.
But, well, I mean, they do, and they don't really, but they'll tolerate it.
They
right?
like the money.
They like the money, exactly. So, this was a guy who was like, whatever you do, don't unplug my electronics. And I'm like, don't worry, I won't do that. But on Friday, you don't live here anymore. So you better come and get it before then, otherwise I will. You're paid up to the end of the month. I will not touch that shit until the midnight on the last day. Midnight on the last day, I do what I want because that room is ours again.
Did you sit on the couch that night looking at your watch waiting for midnight?
Mm-hmm.
I figured.
I totally did.
Did you get to unplug his shit?
I unplugged his shit, put it outside. Put it outside on the fucking street. And I was like, all right, it's outside the fucking door. You know, you still have the key to the mail area. That's where everything is. He's like, dude, but someone could steal it there. And I'm like, well, then you better come pick it up. Because it stopped being my problem 20 minutes ago.
And
how
that's
this
why you pay your
works.
rent.
That's why you pay your fucking rent. That's why you keep your fucking promises. That's why when you move out, you're gone. Because the guy, that was the guy who had that room right before Rennicker. And my cat died that day. So I was having no crap from
God.
nobody. I was having no shit from anybody. I'm like, the new guy's already here. You've been known about this day for 30 days, and you still fucked it. You still fucked it. Not my problem. Whatever you're doing, I am now legally allowed to go like, well, you don't live here anymore.
So that's just mine.
So I can just do what I want with this room, and that includes unplugging your shit. I don't get to take your shit, but I can certainly put it in a box and leave it outside. You
Also,
know?
just as a general rule, as somebody who has had many pets in over the course of her life, don't be a dick to someone on the day where their pets dies. That does mean you will get your ass whooped somehow.
Oh yeah.
Maybe
Oh
not
oh
physically, but
oh. Even more than that, Rennicker came with 2 cats. So he's got 2 cats. Like he's sitting around waiting to start acclimatizing them, but he can't. And I'm like,
well, we need the
we
space.
need the space. Yeah, we're doing this now. Like I said you have to be out by your stuff has to be out here by midnight on this date, or it's out on the fucking street. Anything I do that keeps it from being on the street is me being gracious.
I've actually been the new roommate in that situation, and boy, is it fucking awkward.
Oh,
It's
it's super
like,
awkward.
oh, I've got all of my shit. I'm ready to move in.
Yeah.
Why is there stuff in my room?
Well,
Because we can't get rid of the bitch that was here before you.
yeah.
Um,
Well, here's the funny thing.
why?
Here's the funny thing. I would later figure out, oh, that guy was a non-functioning alcoholic.
Mm, that's
Because
rough.
only a non-functioning alcoholic or junkie fucking forgets his most valuable shit.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. And I'm just sort of like, well, I don't care how much money you have. If I'm not getting my piece, you don't live with me. That's just the end of the story.
Yeah, I've also known the people who I luckily didn't live with her, but I did know someone who uh paid forgot to pay her rent because of crack. So
Yeah. And that's the funny thing. Usually it's you get to the forgets to pay it way before you get to the can't pay it stage.
yeah.
And that is annoying as fuck because you're just sort of like, look, that's why I was always like, look, on that day I just come knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Like just hand me the money. That's really all I care about. As long as you're not like torturing animals or there's a smell coming from your room, which thankfully that never happened. Not everyone I know has been so fucking lucky. Like Yogi last year had to get rid of a roommate that was due to odor.
Oh. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah. I'm like,
And
oh,
that's
that
like
is bad. That is super bad.
that's even worse for someone like Yogi who is very, very clean. That's like his thing.
Yeah. He likes to clean. He likes to keep everything reasonably tidy. Like, or at the very least, like smelling okay.
Yeah.
I good fucking god. And he's like describing like this mold that's grown in the closet and on the floor. And I'm like, you fucking grow mold on the He's like, well, let
Did
me
they have a carpet? Oh. Oh no. Because we've had a situation where a flood caused
Well,
mushrooms to grow in our
yeah,
carpet.
yeah. Like that you
I
can
would pick
see,
the
right?
mushrooms every day and throw them
Oh,
out so the dog wouldn't eat them.
well, at that point, you just got to get rid of the carpet.
Yeah, we eventually replaced the
It's
carpet,
done.
but
Ugh.
it's hard because it was like throughout the entire house and it was
Oh,
so it was expensive. But yeah,
oh.
we did replace the carpet.
Yeah. But like, like once mushrooms are growing on it, that's okay. Fuck this. Get the knife. This has got to go.
Yeah,
You know.
we ain't Mario here.
No shit. But yeah, no, apparently his roommate was one of those guys that like just completely lived in his apartment and like fucking made a cocoon like nest of filth in his room.
Okay, I get being messy because I'm pretty messy. Like if you saw the rest of my room right now, it would be hilarious. But dirty is different, and I hate that.
Well, like there is
No one,
how to put it. There's a difference between dry clutter and wet
right?
clutter.
How I just feel like I don't know. Maybe some people I would be miserable if it were like because I don't need bugs. I don't need things growing in my closet.
Dude, I have ants. I have to deal with ants every spring. That's good enough. That's enough. Like I already hate it. You know,
Yeah, I remember.
I have
I
got.
remember. Sorry.
You remember having an ant problem, or
I remember. So when I lived in upstate New York, which has all kinds of creepy crawlies,
Mhm.
um, we had I was a teenager, so I was learning to play the guitar, and I had a guitar amp. And one winter, I picked up the guitar amp to clean my room, and there were ants, an entire ant colony hibernating. The vacuum cleaner was a very useful thing to have that day after
yeah,
I freaked out
yeah. But
because
then
it was a it was
you gotta take the bag right out at that.
yeah. Well, it was one of those
Put that
large
in a fire if you can. You know.
it was one of those large amps that are like you don't typically move it unless you're cleaning. So it wasn't like, I mean, I was messy, but
Okay. So it was like one of those big standing speakers.
yeah, it was meant for a guitar player much more gifted than I.
Okay.
We got it at a garage sale. I learned that from my uncle.
Oh, my the worst to me the worst mold is always the
Ugh,
you know, oh, that whenever I
'cause
see
that's
that I'm like, no.
well, that's the stuff that makes you gag because it's like, ugh, I can
Oh,
almost taste it from the smell.
yeah, it looks like it's gonna come alive in any minute, you know. Ugh.
Like I've dealt with black mold, and that sucks because it makes you feel like crap.
Oh, black
But
mold is bad.
once you
But
get rid of it, though, it's fine. Like
yeah. There are ways to get rid of black. You know, it's not
mostly bleach.
easy. Yeah, well, it's one of those like easy, but like you can do it.
You deal with that when you live in a leaky basement.
Oh, yikes! Yikes! Yeah, I've got a, I've got a thing, man. Like I've got a thing where luckily I haven't lived in a place that I haven't had control of, and
Yeah.
you know, because when I live in a place I don't have control, I I I I I get a little twitchy, and because I need certain things to work.
Well, you're relatively handy, right? Like you like
Yeah,
fixing shit
yeah, I
and
like fixing shit. The biggest problem I run into is when it's a matter of money.
right.
You know, because sometimes it's like, well, this whole thing just needs replacing. Now this is beyond my ability to deal with because I don't have the money to fix it. You know,
Right.
otherwise, I mean, it's like, could I figure it out? Yeah, sure, but that might be like a couple of months. You know, I don't have that kind of time. So yeah, when I lived in whenever I lived in a shitty place, I would start to become like I don't even know what the like I don't know like redneck engineer or something. Like I would become like a handyman engineer because it's like okay, can I replace this pipe without having to fucking contact a landlord? No. Okay, then we're gonna do this. You know, and then I'm gonna be like, hey, pipe's leaking. And then when they don't do anything about it, I will just handle it because I can't live like that.
Mm,
You know, there've been several landlords that I've been like, I want to deck a motherfucker in the face.
same. My the apartment I used to live in with my significant other, this was when I lived in New York still. The apartment I used to live in, we basically had a slumlord, which is
Mm-hmm.
interesting because he lived upstairs from us. Which is that's so strange, but yeah, like it was stuff like we still had one of those we didn't have a surge protector. We had one of those fuses where the fuse would actually break and you'd have to go buy fuses to
Oh
screw
yeah,
in.
yeah.
So it was an older house. But the big thing it was the fucking shower. I know there's a quick fix for this because I've seen people do it. We had one of those showers that was either freezing or scorching. Like that's really easily fixable,
Oh,
but
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
couldn't get into the walls because it wasn't my place, and the landlord just didn't care to ever call the plumber.
Yeah, how many units were in the building?
It was just us. We were the downstairs and they were the upstairs. So it was like an old house kind
Oh,
of
okay.
apartment
So
situation.
the water heater should have been where you could have gotten to it theoretically.
It should have been.
Yeah, because the trick there is to turn the water heater down.
Yeah, like that's the thing is like he wouldn't even do the easiest of fixes. Like
Yeah, they never do.
I'm
Like
like
they
it
never
takes
do.
30
That's
seconds.
why that's why I'm like, where's the hot water heater? You know, where's the breaker box? You know, where's the water main? You know, and if you can't tell me the answers to those questions, I'm just sort of like, right, you don't actually own this house then, dude.
Right. Well,
You know.
it was one of those places, and I know that a lot of these kinds of places exist in parts of San Francisco where it's like this was one of those houses that was a really nice house, probably sometime in the 1940s.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah. I live in one of those. Yeah.
and so like, and you go inside and I'm like, it's kind of pretty. Like you can see like it's real wood. It's, my bedroom was the parlor
Oh,
at some
okay.
point in
Oh, so
history.
you got like the big part.
Yeah, it was great. I didn't have a closet, but I'm like, I don't need a closet. I have a bigger room than the
Yeah,
rest of
yeah,
you.
yeah. You just get an armoire at that point.
Yeah. But it was just like, it was almost depressing because I'm like, this could be a really nice place to live if I had a landlord that gave a shit and roommates that didn't steal my shit all the time.
I am. Oh man, I've always been a terrible. Um, I the way I negotiate things is I have my space. In my space, you exist at my pleasure. If it is not my space, other arrangements can be made. Like, you have your own room, my space is my room. Everything else is negotiable. But my room is not. That is fucking mine.
Yeah.
I do not want you in my room unless we are at least friends. You
I just
know,
love
like,
I just
well, oh, that's not quite true. Like, if I've got to want to have you there, you know, and not every roommate I've ever lived with has had that privilege, you know, and I enforced it really harsh. You know, it's
I
like, hey, man, it's like, you're fucking stepping in my, you know, like, what's that have to do with anything? I don't want you in here. You don't just open my fucking door. You
yeah.
fucking knock. Go out, knock again, and then wait for me to say, enter or something. Walk out, close the door. Can I come in? No, you have to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Yes? Can I come in? Let me think
No.
about it.
No.
All right. You know, like, yeah, no, I was a son of a bitch.
Teach these
And
motherfuckers how to knock.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it's like if it was like a friend, it was just basically like the only time I'd get mad if it was like, dude, I'm jerking off in here. Hell,
A
you
little
know,
busy.
and my answer to that at the time was to basically keep going. You know, it's like your
They'll leave
friends
eventually.
like, hey man, can I talk to you? Yes. Whoa. Well, that's what happens when you don't knock. Knock, knock, knock. You got to give me 5 minutes.
Oh,
And oh god, yeah, and that just became the way it was for the longest time. And you know, hey, to be fair, they either did one of two things. Friends would either do one of two things, which is always knock, or I'm gonna take the risk.
Depends how important this is.
Yeah, it depends on how important this is. Like, so if a guy comes in, he's like, dude, put your dick back in your pants. Kitchen's on fire. Oh, shit. You know, like, you know.
I gotta go a little faster.
Yeah, we gotta go. Yeah, we gotta finish this up now. You know. Because sometimes there's a reason
Puts
you're
down the
doing that.
magazine.
Sometimes you're fucking. Sometimes there's a reason you're like, nope, can't knock. Emergency situation. You know. Yeah, you enter my domain, fool. Are you willing to pay the price? Yeah, that was my attitude back in my like 20s and 30s. Fucking yeah, I got to be 40 and I got a little bit more civilized. You know,
That's unfortunate. What? Kidding.
Well, how to put it? Like there was a long period of time when it was just me and the Countess,
Right.
and so when someone starts living with you after that, it's like, oh, I should probably reacclimatize myself to that. And it's never been an issue. You know, Horror Guru don't just open my fucking door and say, what's up, unless he knows what's going on.
I was
That's
gonna
why
say,
he'll
like,
do it in a stream, because he's like, okay, yeah, he's just there. You know, because he can look in, just be like, hey, you know, like.
I mean, it helps at this point that you have a roommate that you like, so.
It does. It does. It does. It really does help. But it is weird to think of how long it's been. You know, I think I've had him as a roommate longer than any other single person. You know, except the Countess. You know, like
That's different.
yeah, we've lived with each other almost. We've lived with each other longer than we've been dating. You know.
And that's kind of a good thing, though, because it's like you knew this whole time that you could live with each other.
Yeah, exactly. Like, trust me, that goes a long way. Really important. You know, it's why I sometimes there's a question that I sometimes have when I think about lonely guys. Because I'm always like, I'm not saying you won't ever be lonely, but you don't have to be companionless.
Right.
You know, lonely, that's going to be a little bit more about your internal, because you could be lonely with.
Oh, yeah, that's very normal.
That happens a lot. But if you're talking about like companionship, like actually having another person there or something, like that's a very different situation. That's actually fixable. You do something about that usually.
Right.
But it's really hard to fucking help people who are in that state perpetually. Because it's hard, because it's hard to say, well, the problem is that it's the way you're living.
Right. Well, there's a few things. Like I remember, so I know you have like your whole there are 3 kinds of incels thing.
Oh yes.
I actually have a 4th group that I might propose. And
sure.
I say this as somebody who is very likely on the spectrum.
Okay.
I'm going to include a lot of the people I know who are like in their 30s and 40s who, you know, have never been with anyone, are people on the spectrum who were not diagnosed until adulthood. Because
See,
it's a difficulty interacting with people.
Yeah, I actually kind of I've actually been putting that in the same category as yeah, people with like medical reasons.
That's fair.
You know, although it might be worth separating it out, because sometimes a medical reason is way more physical.
Right. I guess that's in my head. I thought I was thinking medical as in like you had a stroke and your face fell kind of thing.
Right. Like that's a bit more of a medical thing, which is autism is a little, I mean, I think it's medical. We don't, the consensus,
it's a disorder, but
yeah,
it's
a
just
disorder of some sort, but like the jury's kind of out on what actually caused it. Yeah, because that's, I don't know if they're the thing is I don't know if they're actually a group, because an autistic person can occupy any one of the other.
That's true.
You know, but then there are some people who that is their only issue. You know, like that's the big one. Like
I mean, I don't even know if it's more something that I've just kind of observed. Like that seems to
yeah.
be like, and a lot of the people like I knew like when I was younger who were older, um they were people before like it kind of was a common diagnosis because it used to be like they'd only diagnose like the most extreme cases,
Mm-hmm.
but there were people that I'm like, yeah, you're undiagnosed. um like
I thought there were going on. I was
but, oh, sorry.
yeah, that's it's a bit more of a it's a different. I think it probably is a little different category, but I think it also like has the most overlap with the
Yeah.
other.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I got Vanara Cody on my side.
Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, but like that is an issue. Like having a hard time imitating other people. You know, having a hard time understanding what the purpose of imitating others could be a real problem because it's social interaction at its most basic. You know,
Well,
it's something that it's something that young children do.
right.
You know, and if you have difficulty with it, and even when young children do it, it's annoying. You know, the, but all social skills are kind of based off of that understanding that you gain after you while you're doing that. Some people like this, some people don't like this. This is how you tell them apart. This is how you act in this. Blah 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 blah. You know, these are the masks that people are wearing. These specific
Right.
situations, like huge amount of nuance, more nuance in social interaction than anything fucking else.
Well, and it becomes tricky especially when you meet new people.
Oh yeah.
Like even like with my relationship, I've been with my significant other for about 10 years now.
Mm-hmm.
We were friends for 2 years before it became even remotely romantic. And part
Oh
of
yeah.
it was that the way my brain works, I have to consciously learn what your facial expressions mean. Um
Oh okay, but you can do it.
I can learn, it's just something I have to think about. Um
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't just come to you.
right. It's just, once I get to know you, it's fine. It's not knowing you very well that becomes
Right,
tricky.
right, right. When you're a new person, you're like, uh-oh. You know, like
What does that mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Whereas if you don't have that, have you have a much easier time translating abstracting out expressions and applying them to other people. You're not always 100% correct. But that's the other thing. Like even people who are good at it, their hit rate is not 100% because people are complicated, you know. And some people lie.
Well, and that's why, like, even though I consider myself somewhat of an introvert, I actually like very extroverted people because they tend to be the first people who will just tell you what they're thinking. And I'm like, thank you.
Yeah.
I needed to know that
Yeah.
because, like, most people are really passive aggressive and that's hard to read.
Yeah, passive aggressive is the worst because even if you can read it, you don't like it. Nobody likes passive. You know, once that starts happening, like passive aggression only exists to make the other person, someone feel bad.
Yeah.
You know, like it's there to be covertly mean. You know.
Granted, it's hilarious in a Jane Austen book, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's funny when you're not involved.
but it's
You
also
know,
the reason why it's hilarious in a Jane Austen books is because they're bad people.
they're bad people, and you don't actually know any of them. They're not real. They're not saying it about you. Hell, you're not even in the room where it happened. You know, like yeah, it's very different when you read about it or see it on the screen, separated. You know, it's very different. You know, that's why they're always like, when they say that like comedy is tragedy plus distance, they don't
Yeah.
mean metaphorically. They don't just mean metaphorically. Sometimes they mean literally physically. Like, if you see a guy, like, if you're 5 feet away from a guy getting kicked in the balls, you might get ready for a fight. But if you're like 50 feet away and in the distance you see a guy get kicked in the balls, you're going to laugh.
It's
Because that doesn't
hilarious in a
involve
movie.
you. You're not involved. You have no idea what's going on. All it
To
is
quote
ball kick pain, ha ha.
to quote Mr. Green, I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. Yeah. I didn't do it. I wasn't even really there. I just got to see it. But yeah. That's all aspects of like social skills or like those kinds of understandings. And most people, their neurological shortcuts work so well they don't even need.
Yeah.
Like that's the big thing. I think about it a lot because I examine it, but I don't need to examine it in order to understand, in order to feel it. And on the other side, one of the things that is difficult about being on the other side of it is that autistic people can sometimes be very frustrating because you can't discern their intended tone
Yeah.
from their facial expression because they're not using it. They don't use it.
And it's funny because like even when I'm in a state where like I'm emotional, I have a very similar side kind of Daria monotone most of the time, except when I'm really happy, I can get very excited.
Right.
And it's like, if I say, I'm really upset about this, it doesn't sound like I'm upset, but I am upset, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, like what to me the opposite is the one I usually find myself.
Because you're
Which is
very expressive.
Yeah. But when someone's not being very expressive, my assumption is, oh, they must be having a really bad day. And it turns out no, they're not. They're just autistic, and so they're not doing the things that other people do that are intended to show everyone around them I am in a good mood. Autistic people don't, and people with Asperger's don't tend to do that. It's
right.
it's the other half of the miscommunication.
Yeah, it's very weird. And it's funny because it was something that like you don't notice until you notice. Like you don't realize is a thing until you find out, and then it's like everywhere. It's like ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
Like because the person I'm dating has ADHD and I actually have ADHD too because having them comorbid super common.
It's very common. Yeah.
And it's annoying. But so it's like the minute like they found out like they had the ADHD, they're like, "Oh god, it's in everything." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's how brain shit works." I don't know.
Yeah, humans to me aren't confusing, they're complicated. Yeah, Cybercats, like humans are confusing, honestly. I'm like, actually, I don't find humans confusing. I find them complicated.
I think people are actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think
Like,
they're fascinating. I think even people that who I disagree with 100%, I'm very very interested in they have
yeah.
how and why they have come to the conclusions they have, because like the stupid person doesn't know that they're stupid.
Right.
So that means they always think they're at least average intelligence. So that means they're making a lot of incorrect assumptions. So what are those assumptions that they are incorrect about? And how did they get there?
See, it's that kind of thing that makes me really interested in stuff like cults and conspiracy theory subcultures. And
Yes.
because there's a lot of overlap, and it's like, because I used to be sort of a conspiracy theorist, which ended badly because it turns out if you're Jewish, you probably shouldn't be hanging around conspiracy theorists. But anywho, but it's interesting because it's like, with both cults and conspiracy theories, most of the people who get sucked into that are very intelligent, and that's even weirder because it's like with oh shoot, Marshall Applewhite's cult, Heaven's Gate.
Oh, right.
All those people were like genius intelligence. Like they were very smart. And it's like, but this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's really dumb. So you find yourself going, how did this happen? Because I don't, is it, my first question whenever I run into something like that is this, which is this the kind of stupid thing you actually have to be really smart in order to make this particular mistake?
I think so because
Sometimes I've seen situations that's like that, where it's sort of like, no, you have to have X amount of knowledge in order to get this type of thing wrong, because if you're not that intelligent or educated, you just automatically know you'd have no fucking clue. You know, it's like language that way. You know when you don't speak Chinese. You know when you don't speak Russian. And so you're not going to make the mistakes a person who kind of knows Russian but isn't fluent in it is going to make.
Right.
You know, you're not at the stage where you can make that error. You know, so are there certain things that require intelligence to get wrong? And I don't know.
I feel like that would explain Scientology, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because every Scientologist I've ever spoken to is incredibly smart.
Yeah.
They're incredibly smart and well-spoken.
Stupid. They can be crazy.
Oh, yeah.
But they're never, like, stupid. It's like Kanye West. Kanye West is not stupid. He's nuts. You know? Like, he's fucking crazy.
Oh,
like,
Kanye.
Big difference.
How the hell did you make me defend Kim Kardashian? I still don't know.
I know, right? Well, I know what it was specifically. It was when he bought a house next to hers just so he could spy on her.
Well, that whole thing is so upsetting.
That's super awful.
Like, it's just like, it's the most abusive thing I've seen the most obviously abusive thing I've seen publicly in the media, except maybe Charlie Sheen and Denise Richards. That was a little different because it was mutual abuse.
Oh, I didn't know he was dating Denise Richards.
He married her for a few years and then they broke up, and it was very ugly.
I could see them doing damage to each other.
Yeah.
You know, but like, yeah.
Neither of them are really good people.
No, they're both nuts. Like, they're both crazy in different ways. I'm also, Denise Richards might also.
I mean, she did marry Charlie Sheen. What? Oh, sorry. That was bad.
Yeah, like, Charlie Sheen might be stupid, but I think he's more likely to be great. And Denise Richards might be crazy, but I think it's more likely to be stupid. But I could totally be wrong. You
know how every group has the one guy who does drugs and he's just not the right fit for the doing drugs? Like, some people just shouldn't. That's Charlie Sheen.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I can just picture him, like, because I know he's done tons of drugs over the years, but I just picture him as the guy who does heroin once and is hooked.
Oh, yeah. Like, I guarantee he is. But, like, the thing that you can tell is, like, part of Sheen's damage. What damages him is that he's a fucking egomaniac. He is a narcissistic shithead.
I'm a bitchin' rock star from Mars. Excuse me, no, that's David Bowie.
Yeah,
Shut up.
Yeah. It's like, I'm sorry, that position has been filled, sir. David Bowie was still alive at the time, so it's really not yours to have.
Listen, he never died. He went back to his home planet.
He just went to his home planet. Exactly.
I think I stole that joke from John.
Did you ever fucking see Man Who Fell to Earth? Come on. You know,
the movie everyone rents just to see David Bowie's cock.
Yeah, didn't you? I mean,
of course I did. It's David Bowie.
Yeah. It's like David Bowie's cock is in this, really?
Well, like, I need to know.
You don't care about Toby Keith's cock. You like.
I like to think he doesn't have one.
Well, it's like you look at Toby Keith and you're like, I have a feeling I've already seen it somehow. Like, I probably know what I'm in for, you know. David Bowie, on the other hand, you're like,
I gotta know.
I gotta know. Is it
'Cause I
is
s-
it average size? Is it bigger than average? Smaller than average? Is it got length or girth? You know, like is he circumcised, uncircumcised? Like I kind of want to know.
Because I
You
saw
know?
that that their Labyrinth movie, and I'm like, was there a sock in there? No, there wasn't.
No, he just has a sizable cock. You know, that's just one pure Bowie. Um, yeah, you'd never fucking know. Like biggest cock I've ever seen, gay guy.
Well, that makes sense.
You know, and by big, it's one of those. Oh, this is what girls do. Oh, wow, yeah, that's. Sometimes you're presented with something and you're like,
That's just
look, part of
intimidating at
part
this
of part
point.
of survival is knowing one's limitations. You know, I
Oh
do not
shoot.
need a perforated colon here. You know, like
Which is the Celtic god who has like the giant dick? I
Dagda,
forget. Dagda.
Dagda.
My
Yeah,
favorite. Because he just seems very charming and merry too.
yeah. He's like, he's like a dwarf the size, a happy dwarf the size of a giant. You know? This big happy guy with a huge cock that digs a
I have a
trench
big dick. Let's
behind.
have a beer.
Yeah, I have a huge dick. Have a beer there, laddie. You know, like, actually now I'm making him Scottish. I'm pretty sure you're Irish.
I
You
think
know,
so. Well, I think that name was Irish. If I remember, I think Scottish Celts have a god that's basically the same guy, but I don't
yeah,
remember.
yeah. Well, I mean, like they're so close to each other. You know, they there's a lot of crossover, but like there's I I forget. It's like I forget if it's. I think the Irish are the Gaul were Gallic, and the Scottish, I believe, were the Pict. Like
Oh,
way back when, before like it was even called England.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure like that was the. Oh, right. Because all right, this is the dumb way I remember. Because Braveheart has all the Pictish stuff, the face painting and the blue and all that stuff. Those are the Picts, and they're
Oh,
Scottish.
Braveheart.
Whereas the Irish were Celtic, or yeah, they were
Yeah.
Celtics, and the Picts were like Celtic adjacent. You know, they were like a separate tribe from the overall larger Celtic culture.
Hmm.
You know, and then of course there are the Gauls specifically, which were more in France, more in the French
Oh
areas.
yeah, I forgot there was like a Celtic part of France.
Yep, yep. Once you get so far north, then it starts to become Nordic. You know,
Well,
they become
which
they
is
become Slav. They become not Slavic. What is it? Swedish, Swissish, Schwerner, hurdy gurdy. You know, like but basically you start turning into Vikings the farther north.
oh sweet.
You know, yeah. But there's actually a word totally spacing. Um,
Oh. I'm very interested in Celtic mythos, but I don't know enough about it. It's one of those things that it's hard to
Celtic
know enough about it. Okay.
Celtic mythos is the Celtic and Pictish mythos is very very hard to pick apart. No, not Saxons. That's later.
Well, that one's tricky because it's like we don't know how much of that's real and how much the
Like this
Romans
is
made
a
up.
yeah, like this is a fucking term that is used to basically describe the Vikings. Like Sweden, Norway, um and it's like Slavic, but Slavic we're talking about like Russia shit, you know. So I think it's no Scandinavian.
Mm.
Scandinavian. I'm pretty sure that's it. You know, like yeah, you go up north, you start becoming Scandinavian. Which means like Viking people and stuff.
With the cool ships.
Yeah, with the cool dragon boats and all that stuff. Which actually, like the Irish and the Scots also had similar ships. They just weren't as. They didn't take it to the raping and pillaging level that the fucking Scandinavians did.
I think, if I remember correctly, there was a practical reason to have a ship that shape. I just don't remember what it was.
High waves.
That makes
Like
sense.
cold water and high waves, so you get through like ice.
Right,
know.
because if you go far enough north, you risk hitting the pole.
Yeah, you risk hitting like an ice shelf, or at least you did in those days. Probably not so much anymore. We've kind of ruined that. And
Well,
that's also why they
yeah.
had like oars, because like all that manpower could break through ice faster than better than wing.
Well, that's one of my. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that was basically it.
That's one of my favorite things about Antarctica is that until I think the early 20th century, we weren't sure if it was real because there was mythology from sailors about a continent made of ice, but no one had ever seen it.
Wait. Antarctica or the Arctic Circle?
Antarctica.
Okay.
So there were stories about a giant continent made of ice, but nobody had ever seen it. And the problem with sailors is they're full of shit. They're bullshit artists.
Yeah.
And so it was like,
Yeah,
but
Antarctica is covered in ice, but it's actually a landmass. Unlike the Arctic
right.
Circle. Arctic Circle is pure ice.
They could have said frozen. It could have been frozen continent. That might have been what they said.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I just like.
Well, that could have been like, they could have been talking about Greenland.
That too. I thought that was so funny. Yeah, there's this continent, this frozen continent. Sure.
Well, they also the island of snakes. They found the island of snakes.
Have you seen pictures of that place? It's so weird.
It is. Okay, so if you don't know what we're talking about, the island of snakes, there are sailor legends of this place, which is like it's an island made entirely of snakes, and everyone's like, "What? That sounds like bullshit." Well, kind of. But what it actually is there is an area where all the sea snakes gather to mate, and there's a lot of them. So it's not a landmass. It's literally just a sea snake fuckball, but it's like miles long.
It's like, and I can kind of see why
and it's not
they
always
interpreted
there
that
because
way.
once they're done, they they fuck off. And so it'd be like, there ain't nothing here, ain't no snakes. The hell's your problem? Yeah, it's because you were there in the spring or whatever.
Yeah, it was something like Snake Island, I think, which I think is the actual name of the island. It was something like when during mating season, there's a snake every square foot. So I'm like, I can't blame sailors for thinking that it was made of snakes.
Yeah, like, yeah, Snake Island, the deadliest place on earth, Snake Island. Yeah,
it's kind of cool. I mean, I don't want to go there on vacation.
60 minutes on it.
What do you think of snakes?
Yep, the whole place is just. Oh, it actually is a landmass. There's actually a landmass there. Oh, that I didn't know. I thought it was just like, that's a lot of snakes. There are quite a lot of them. Can't fucking spit without hitting one. Yeah. It's a snake orgy in the middle of the ocean. But it isn't always. And so that was the confusion.
Somewhere in the great beyond, there are sailors who are like, "See, I told you." Same with giant squid. Oh, you said no, giant squids. That can't be real.
Well, I actually want to believe that, like, so the Mycenaean age, sorry, the Mycenaean age, Minoa. No, the island of Minoa. Sorry. The island of Minoa with all the snake goddess imagery.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what that's all about, because my question is this where the Medusa legend starts?
That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, because like one of the things that Medusa is always connected to, there are two things she's always connected to. One is Poseidon, that indicates an ocean. The
Right.
other is Athena, that indicates war.
Is that where there's so many pictures of Medusa in artwork of her coming out of an ocean?
Well, she's supposed to live on in a cave on an island.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's part of the Perseus myth. You know, but like I've always wondered if the island of Manoa was actually that island. It was supposed to be like that place. Because where else is there like so much snake imagery that it would become its own mythological figure? You know,
Because usually, like when there's mythology around specific animals, it's around animals that are popular in the area, and there's usually more than one. Like I think
Yeah.
of like Egypt that has like the snake imagery and the cat imagery and various different, because they were animists.
yeah. Well, like I also have this theory that like the legend of the centaur actually just comes down to people who rode horses.
That makes sense.
Like there was a culture that specialized in riding in horses, and they were probably just called the horse people. And over a couple of 100 years, someone's like horse people, and then they come up with what we call the centaur.
Well, especially if they specialized in like stallions, they can get so huge that you can sort of see how that could meld together into.
Yeah. And what's the other thing that they're known for? Like hunting. They're like fucking plains hunters. So you're just
What
sort
do you
of
do
like,
on a horse?
yeah. They do the kind of hunting, and they use the kind of weapons you would use, like bow and arrow. Like that's something you could do on horseback. Like all the centaur things seem to correspond to horseback riding in an indirect way. So I always wondered if it wasn't just a mistranslation that led to a specific image that everyone just kept doing. Because if you call someone the horse people and then you never see one, what's your brain come up with? Like you're gonna come up with like BoJack Horseman, or you're gonna fucking come up with what we call the centaur.
Although I think Minotaurs were real and they were a hybrid that came from early rednecks and never mind.
You might not entirely be wrong. You might not entirely be wrong. There is it. How to put it? You have a big violent retard baby, and I mean this literally, like a person with a little bit of gigantism and a bit of Down syndrome or whatever. What do you do with that? Well, we know that those kinds of people often ended up in gladiatorial pits. Because they're big. And they're simple.
Rome.
And they fucking hit, it's easy to hit someone with a fucking club. That doesn't take a lot of acuity. That takes a lot of muscle. So, what if someone just fucking made a maze and in the center is just one of these guys? And that's the Minotaur. And he just had like a huge horn helmet on or something.
Hashtag ancient Rome is problematic.
Yeah. Like, what if that's the case? What if that's what that story is actually talking about or mentioning? Like, I think that's extremely likely. Because
given
that's what Time Bandits. That's what Time Bandits was fucking getting at with the Minotaur scene there.
given
he's
the
not
way
necessarily just beheading the guy. He's taking the fucking cutting the mask off of him and just saying like, yeah, I killed him because I got his fucking helmet, dude. You know, he wouldn't let me live if I didn't have the helmet. You know, like if I had the helmet, he'd fucking try to kill me.
Oh,
You know?
Wolfman asks, where do Cyclops come from? There's actually a couple things that, and also there have been babies that have been born with a missing eye. They don't live very long.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that does exist in nature. It's just they don't tend to survive.
Yeah. Well, think about what the legend of the Cyclops actually is. The legend of it's like, in order to see into the future, they put their own eyes out. This would tend to indicate that this was a very specific culture.
Right.
These were specific
that
people
makes
in a
sense.
specific culture that did this. So there probably was like a tribe of people who was like, in order to gain the second sight, I will put my own eye out. Because people have done weirder things.
Oh yeah.
People have done weirder shit. En masse, you know? So the idea that there would be
Cannibalism is a real thing.
yeah. So the idea that like a culture would do that for its like priest class or whatever, not that unusual. You know, and say that even though you're a priest class, you're like, you know, everyone's a shepherd. So
I mean, listen,
now they're one-eyed shepherds that see the future.
I come from a culture that cuts the skin off of people's penises. So
Exactly. Think about what the Greeks would have done with that. You know, the Cyclops were craftsmen. I assume if they were a culture, they would have had craftsmen. You know, because every culture, every somewhat stationary culture has them. You know, technically every culture has them, but like to the point where someone calls you a craftsman, it usually indicates like you're in a specific area for a very long period of time. You know, and I believe the Cyclops. Oh, that's right. Sometimes the Cyclops are actually the craftsmen of Vesuvius. You know, or Hephaestus. Vulcan. Yeah, Hephaestus and Vulcan. You know,
and they don't get along with Wolverines. Oh, wrong Cyclops. That is sort of what
actually King of Creep points that out, and I just realized, yeah, the Cyclops go for being shepherds to being the craftsmen, like to being blacksmiths, essentially at some.
because they're
Yeah,
supposed to be very
that would indicate,
large, right?
yeah, then they're supposed to be big people, so there probably was like a cultural shift at some, or like there were just a bunch of the people from the Cyclops culture that like picked up blacksmithing and then moved into cities or you know, because like, well, one of the also losing an eye is a common injury among blacksmiths,
Yeah,
particularly older ones, you know, because they didn't have as much protective gear, and like a fucking
right.
spark flies in your fucking face, you're probably gonna
I
you
mean,
know,
yeah, patches were a thing forever, like
yeah,
very normal thing you would
yeah.
see. Like, um,
You know, it's also why people became like afraid of blacksmiths. Because they would, and it's also why they would think they were like blacksmiths are deformed. You know, like it's not because they were born that way; it's because they would lose shit in smelting accidents.
right. It's like being mad as a hatter because of mercury
Because of
poisoning.
mercury, yeah,
Um,
exactly. When did they become giant monsters? Well, I don't know. Like I
that's how oral
imagine that,
tradition goes.
yeah, like a guy who a thing that is known for strength, physical strength, is gonna all of a sudden become 20 feet tall. You know, it's gonna do shit like that. Like Legend does that all the time. You know, like remember that old Simpsons episode? One man almost caught that fish, went by the name of Homer. 7 feet tall he was, had a shock of hair, red like the fires of hell.
It it makes me think of, I think my favorite biblical example of this is Moloch. So
Oh,
Moloch in the
Moloch.
Bible
Yeah.
is supposed to be a Persian god, and the story goes that people would sacrifice their children for basically to save the rest of their family and for like other power and stuff.
Yeah.
This
Blood libel kind of stuff. Yeah.
this deity likely never existed. There's no evidence of a Persian god named Moloch, but there are Persian gods with a similar name that probably is what that meant.
Yeah, like Baal.
Over time, yeah, over time, Moloch turned into this demon. And then I think occultists had in like the 19th century started using Moloch in ritual.
Mhm.
It's really kind of fascinating. I
Well,
love oral
it's
tradition for that
yeah,
reason.
yeah. It's really odd because like it's this weird aspect of Christianity, which is it literally does create its own demons.
Yes.
This is what I find so fucking fascinating. You know, these monsters and these demons are created as an inevitable consequence of things that Christianity does not deal with very well. But the thing it has always been very good at is demonization.
Right.
It's very good at demonizing something. And so that's what it does. But that means that there are all these demons that are created.
They literally created a demon to demonize the Persian culture.
Yeah, they created a demon to demonize the Persian culture. They created a fucking deific figure out of complete whole cloth that's not even in the Bible as the source of all evil. You know, that being Satan. There's no God, Satan. Never was.
He's in one book.
Yeah, the closest you can get is is the Roman god Lucifer Morningstar.
I always love that because it's like Satan is in one book. I don't think he's even mentioned in the Christian Bible. He's in one book, and in that book, it is clear that he and God have some kind of rapport with each other. In Job, like like literally Satan walks in and God's like, "Hey, bro, where you been?"
Yeah, it's interesting because during the existence of the Bible, and I mean like post, like I love to bring up the Council of Nicaea a lot because it's the moment where they literally decided these parts of the Bible are canon, these parts aren't.
Oh, that's really interesting historically.
Oh yeah, it's super interesting. So we're talking post Nicene Council of Nicaea here. One of the things that happened that wasn't true around the time of the Nicene Council and wouldn't be true for a few hundred years was the interchangeability between the devil and Satan. They weren't used interchangeably before.
That makes sense.
You know, before the Satan is just like it's almost a legal term.
Well, and I think
You know,
Satan being the snake in Eden, I think that interpretation predated him being the devil, if I remember correctly.
It does.
Which makes more sense when you think
because
about it.
That comes way later. You know, that came about, I think, like the 5th century. You know, I have to look up when Saint Augustine existed because he's the one who came up. It was a Roman. Basically, it was a Roman guy.
Oh, St. Augustine.
Yeah. St. Augustine put down a lot of things that a lot of people have taken as gospel since.
St. Augustine was that guy who was a dick when he was younger and regretted shit, so he made everyone else's life miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I interrupted
you. He wasn't wrong about everything, though. Like, there are a lot of his writings which are like, oh, very, very astute. But as far as St. Augustine is kind of almost a definitive point where Christianity became officially gynophobic, where it specifically becomes afraid of women. You know, before that, it had been, surely it was sexist and misogynistic.
Well, yeah.
You know, surely. You know, it's a hierarchical culture. They always tend to do that. But here's where the demonization of women itself really starts. You know, and that's several hundred years after the Council of Nicaea. You know, not to say that pre this point, it was great to be a Christian woman. It never was. It was always bad, but it was always not great. But you weren't necessarily evil.
Right.
You could be a female Christian leader. Around the time of St.
Yes.
Augustine is when that officially stops.
Well, okay, you would know this better than I because you were raised Catholic,
Mhm.
for at least part of your childhood. But so Augustine. Okay, so when I read the Christian Bible, my understanding was it was, 3 versions of what happened with Jesus, and then a bunch of prophets arguing with each other about how the church should be run and not agreeing on like anything. Was St. Augustine where they decided that, oh no, this is all this somehow can be all true at the same time?
Oh no, that was the Council of Nicaea.
Okay.
That's the Council of Nicaea. Yeah. The
Because it was stuff.
Nicene Creed. When people talk about the Nicene Creed, what they're basically talking about is the Bible. The
Okay.
establishment of the Bible is essentially the Nicene. There is more to it, but that's the big thing it did.
Because the big thing I remember is reading. So Paul and Thomas were arguing over whether or not women could be in the priesthood because
Mhm.
in tradition, this sort of went away after a while, but in traditional Jewish culture, women could be leaders. So, and I remember
Well,
Paul said,
given that the Christians pre-Nicene Creed, it helps to see Christianity as a set of independently run cults,
right, true.
independent mystery cults that had certain things in common.
But, so I think Paul said it, ironically, it was Paul that said, I don't have a problem with women being priests.
Oh no, he
And
did.
or one of them, I can't remember who was
Yeah. Are you
disagreeing,
talking
but
about
one of,
St. Paul or?
I can't remember. I just remember one of them didn't have a problem with women being priests, and one of them said no because women can't be priests because they fell for the snake in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, that shit's way later. That shit's
And
way
like
later. Yeah.
what I always thought was funny, I'm like, did you read the story of Adam and Eve? Because Adam was physically there. It's a line in the Bible, like
Yeah.
Adam
Yeah.
who was with her.
Yeah, but as it turns out, that conversation is not in the Bible at all because that happened way later. Because the association with the snake with Satan doesn't happen until well after Nicene Creed, like 300 to 400 years later.
It's so weird.
Oh yeah, it's wacky. It's wacky, but yeah, up until St. Augustine, the serpent was not officially the devil. It was just the
Oh no,
serpent.
because he was just a snake,
Yeah, it
and
was a snake. And now
it
the
makes
symbolism is obvious, right?
right.
You
The
know,
funny thing is, if you read the story, it doesn't make sense for it not to be a snake. It doesn't make sense for it to be like a demonic figure because the punishment is that snakes can't talk and they can't walk.
yeah. Well, also there were a lot of. Well, here's the other thing: if you get into really wacky Christian imagery, and this is important because Saint Augustine also came to this conclusion for this reason. A seraphim is a winged serpent on fire.
Those things are so fucking cool.
I know, but that's the image of the seraphim. It's like a flying serpent on fire. That's the one major mention of a celestial figure in connection with serpents directly. That's not even in the Bible. That's part of the oral tradition, and that is actually very old.
Christian angels are the coolest
I
fucking
know, they're
thing, and
weird as shit.
I'm so mad that they like whitewashed them and made them like happy little people with wings. I'm like, they're so fucking cool.
Yeah. They're not. They're crazy. Like they're horrifying, and like yeah, the seraphim, the highest choir of angels, the ones who are like, who are just at the throne of God, just constantly giving him hosannas. Yeah, they're all serpents, flying serpents on fire. It's also where a lot of people think the Gnostics got the image of Yaldabaoth, because he's also a giant fucking lion-faced serpent. And he's undeniably powerful. He's just not God, so wouldn't it make sense that it would be like the guy's next down on the ladder? So snakes used to have legs. That according to the myths, according to a lot of myths, they used to have legs, and that clearly is not actually true, because snakes have existed since dinosaur days, which is significantly before human beings existed.
Even Orthodox rabbis are like, yeah, that's some baloney.
Yeah, that's some shit we made up. That shit
we gotta keep
made
our
up
phony
because a
baloney
kid
jobs.
wouldn't stop asking questions, and then we just went with it.
I'm convinced that's how a lot of the Bible was written.
I think it is, actually.
Why?
So,
Why? Listen, if you don't stop asking, I'm going to take you up the hill and sacrifice you.
Yeah. You see, you want to end up like Isaac? You want that shit? Maybe I don't stop. Is that what you really want? No. Okay then.
Make nice
Snakes
with the
used
angels.
To have legs. You can't prove otherwise.
That's
which
our
is
birds.
why they get mad at science, because science goes like, actually, we can't prove otherwise. It's like, no, you can't tell how to raise my kid. What are you talking about? I'm just telling you that like snakes never had legs. What are you talking about? No. You can't tell me how to raise my kid. Oh my fucking God, here we go.
Rabbits do not chew their cud. I have rabbits. They do not do that.
Wait, I didn't know anyone thought they did.
It's in the Bible. It's why rabbits aren't kosher.
Wait, what? Like, this one I missed. This part I missed. I mean, there's a lot in that book, so, like, forgive me, please. But, like, really? Hold on,
so the kosher laws are you cannot eat a mammal that doesn't chew its cud. And, well, that's one of the many. But and they give up a list of animals that you can eat, so like cows and shit like that, and one of the examples they give is rabbits.
Leviticus 11, 5-6. Do the badger and rabbit chew the cud, and the rock badger, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you, and the hare, because it chews the cud but does not part the hoof, is unclean to you.
Oh, okay, so you can't have rabbits. I thought you could, but it's still, they chew the cud.
You can't have rabbits because it chews cud but doesn't have cloven hooves.
Yeah, they get very specific. And the funny thing is, you don't need to go into this much explanation. We know that there were diseases in certain animals at the time that was written.
Yeah, it's just a really, 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 like, I'm like, how did you come up with this one specific? And does chewing
kid
cud
kept
just
asking.
mean eating grass?
It's the way that cows feed their young. It's the way that certain animals feed their young, and it gets kind of gross. So.
Okay, yeah, because they basically they basically digest it in one stomach and then regurgitate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rabbits
I'm not sure why that's considered clean. I'm guessing because mad cow disease wasn't a thing.
Because it parts the hoof. I'm assuming parts the hoof means it has cloven feet.
Well, the funny thing is there are so many kosher laws that I'm like, okay, this actually makes sense, because this is literally just Leviticus telling people how to raise animals and how to have a farm. Okay.
Yeah. Some of it is like instructional.
But then it's like, oh yeah, so rabbits chew their cud. No, they don't.
What do you mean by that? It's like, do you just mean by this? Do you just mean eats vegetation, or like what's the deal?
Listen, rabbits chew everything except their cud because they only have the one stomach.
Exactly. Exactly. But like, yeah, I'm like, is that a word that changed meaning over time and the Bible just didn't keep up with it? You know?
That's a fair question because it's like there's certain things like the Bible also says bats are birds, but that's because they clearly
Exactly.
were referring to birds as anything that can
Anything
fly.
that flies. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure what they thought chickens were. I don't think it
I
came up. Hi,
I
Gomez.
can actually answer that for you. Um, what were chickens? God's mystery. Like literally the answer for like hundreds of years. Literally the answer. We do not understand everything in God's creation. Whoa. You know, like
That's
that was
still the
literally the answer. You know, like yeah. I mean, meanwhile, like China's going like, what? No, they're just birds that are too stupid to fly. What are you talking about? And you know, and they're like, and they fly kinda. They're just really bad at it. You know, that's why we catch them and eat them. You know, come on, man. You know, what is this bullshit? You know, like the Chinese figure that out pretty fucking quickly. You know, but no, because you're doing everything according to a text. Everything's got to fit the text, and so you start making stupid decisions. Excited, racist, your magnanimous present.
Cat, ladies and
Sunglasses fall into
gentlemen.
the garbage. That's not good.
Wait, what fell into the garbage?
My sunglasses
Oh,
fell into like the garbage bin. You know, my
that's
trash
not where they
can.
go.
No, it is not, and I need to figure out a different place to put the fucking. I gotta figure a way to fix that. I might need to build like a little fence between the garbage can and the ledge that's right over it, so that things don't just slide over. Yeah, yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. That could probably be done. Oh,
I'm waiting for you and John and Yogi to start your own cooking show because I feel like that would be hilarious.
oh my God! All of us cooking together, that'd be a disaster.
That's why it would be hilarious.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. You know, like you got no. You at that point you'd have three guys who are pretty good chefs on their own, ruining each other's dishes. You know, like because like there's definitely gonna be a like Yogi. I ain't trusting you with nothing meat. I ain't trusting you with nothing meat. And John will say the same thing about me, because he's sort of like, why are you sautéing that chicken? Everyone knows chicken goes in the smokehouse, you know.
See, I'd be happy
I don't
because
have
it's
a
like I like all
smokehouse.
these.
What do you mean you don't have a smokehouse? Do you have a smoker? No. I can't trust you with anything, you know. And then Grill Master Abel, my friend Abel, the Grill Master, will show up, and it'll just all be over, you know. You know. Yogi, I don't know if he would say. Well, here's the thing: Yogi would absolutely create something delicious. But if he has me and John trying to add meat to everything, that might not go very well.
I just always thought it was funny because no, Yogi doesn't show up as much as he used to. We miss you, Yogi. Damn you, and you're getting a job.
Yeah.
But
Getting a job and trying to take responsibility for unionizing his work and shit like that.
damn communists.
Trying to be a good socialist. God damn it! You know, I don't get to hang out with him as often as I used to.
I always just thought it was funny because whenever the three of you got on the show, at some point, food was going to come up because y'all like to cook.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. And we all have like those dishes that we all agree on, right? Like, or at least two of us agree on. Any two of us can agree on. Like with me and John, it's barbecue and mac and cheese. You know, get that Kraft macaroni away from us.
Okay, now you got me.
You fucking, like, I'm not saying I don't eat it when I get lazy. But
that's the only reason to eat it.
Yeah. You eat it because it's available and you just don't want to go to the grocery store.
And it's 35 cents. It's like ramen noodles.
Exactly. But if you want to make like real macaroni and cheese, like I'm not going to. If you live with me, I might eventually serve you Kraft macaroni and cheese because that's what's here. But if I'm cooking for you as a guest, I'm not giving that to a guest. Are you fucking kidding me? You know, that's got to be one of those, like, that's got to be like, okay, well, everyone in this equation is broke, and we found this box. And we have exactly one stick of butter. And that's it. You know, like, maybe then.
My significant other got mad at me when I brought Kraft macaroni and cheese. And they're like, I'm going to have to civilize you. I mean, are you serious?
Yeah. No. Don't bring that Kraft dinner in here. You know, like that. No. That's not right. You know, that's macaroni and cheese in an academic sense. You know.
How old are you? 35. Why are you eating that shit?
Oh my God. This is the thing I hate about white American culture. That right there. Not knowing how to cook. Like, at all. Like, nobody knows how to cook because it's never really taught. And I'm like, why isn't it taught? That's kind of an essential fucking skill. That's a really important skill. It's one thing to just say, hey, I'm broke and I'm eating this. Okay, that's fine.
Well, to be fair, that's why. But.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but like, it's that, didn't anyone ever tell you how to, like, fucking make a good meal out of cheap shit? And the answer is no, but there actually is an art to it. There is an art to making a meal out of cheap shit. And by doing that, I don't just mean a casserole.
Oh no, like,
you know, I mean, like, you can actually get high quality cheap things.
And that the ability to make a good meal out of whatever's in the pantry is priceless, and it helped me survive college.
Yeah. But like there's a level of confidence that a lot of young white people just don't have in the kitchen.
Because they think cooking is magic. And it's like,
yeah.
For the first couple of years,
but like it's these are spells you can cast. Anyone can learn to cast these spells. Simple.
The big thing about cooking is for the first couple of years, you should stick to the recipe pretty much point by point. Over time, you will get good at particular recipes, and then you can make it however the fuck you want.
Well, my opinion is this. You want to learn how to measure out a cup, half a cup, a tablespoon, and a teaspoon. Get those instruments, and pour with them. Gather and pour. Learn to level off. Learn how much that roughly is. And then, like a real chef, once you have mastered the knowledge of that, don't worry about it. Because now it's just inside of you. It's like memorizing the multiplication table. You do it enough times, now all of a sudden you're just like, yeah, that's a fucking cup. Because it's not as precise. It doesn't need to be that precise. And in fact, you probably don't want it that precise. Because you're looking for a flavor and a texture. And that doesn't always come exactly together the same way every time. But you need to know how much roughly that it is. Or, another good thing to notice is how much the instructor is actually using. For example, Gordon Ramsay. There are certain things that when he measures it out and says 2 tablespoons, I'm like, no, that's fucking 3 tablespoons. That's 3 tablespoons. That is not a teaspoon. That's way more than a teaspoon. I know that. Technically, he does as well. But this is what, in his mind, a teaspoon looks like. And so that's just what he goes with. If you were to measure it out, you would probably find that it was like a full tablespoon. Or a little bit under or a little bit over. Because that's as precise as you usually need to be. Usually. There are some things that you definitely want to measure out. My favorite, yeast.
Yes.
Yeast, you got to measure. That one you got to measure out. Yeast don't fuck around.
You only have to make the yeast monster once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, once you get used to like how much yeast you are supposed to use, that's when you're going to become a big stickler for the little measuring bits. You know,
First time I ever made bread on my
baking
own, I
powder
was
is the same way. Baking powder is the
yes, but that's because that stuff's nasty. If you actually taste it.
Exactly. Like, you don't want to use too much, otherwise everything tastes like ass. You know, but if you don't use enough, then there's no fluff to it.
Yeah,
it's why baking is. It's one of the reasons baking is considered a different discipline than cooking.
yes. And I think my cousin has this worked out well because she's the person who went to school for baking. Her husband's the person who went to school to be a chef. And I'm like, why are you not inviting me to dinner more often?
Yeah. Bakers are far more precise with their measurements because they have.
Yeah, it's a different thought process.
Mm-hmm. Like a chef doesn't need to be as precise. What he needs is to know how flavors go together.
Yeah. Bakers can improvise, but that takes knowledge, a lot of knowledge before you can really.
A lot of knowledge and a lot of confidence.
Yes.
You know, and needing both confidence and knowledge. Oh, wow, that takes a lot. You know, like you ever notice how like a really good cook is very self-assured. A very good chef is very self-assured. You know, like a really good chef don't fucking start a verbal fight unless they're right.
Now I'm just thinking of the Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares.
Oh yeah. I have seen here's the thing. I've seen different styles of that. Ramsay has his one, which is, what were you thinking? If you're an adult. If you are a child, if you are young.
He's so cute with the kids.
He's very, very nice.
He's so cute with kids.
Yeah, he doesn't expect them to know the rules already. So he's not judging them by that. But if you are an adult and you want to play the adult chef game, he's going to hold you to that standard.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I thought was really interesting about it. Yeah, it's really interesting watching him with kids. Because with kids, he's very encouraging. He's very nice. He's almost Mr. Rogers-like.
Yes.
You know? But he gets around adults, and that's when he gets angry. Because they should know better. They need to know that they're fucking up. A kid generally knows when they've fucked up. They don't know when they've succeeded.
Well, and kids are, at least because his show with the MasterChef kids is usually kids under like 10, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're still at the age where their ego hasn't gotten in the way of their interest in learning how to get better.
Yeah,
which
they
is a problem with adults.
They want to know more about the thing than the status. You know, they're interested in like, how does one make an eggs Benedict? You know, as opposed to my eggs Benedict is the greatest in all the 5 kingdoms. You know, like they don't.
It's like, you're a 6-year-old that can cook steak. That's impressive. You're an adult that can cook steak. Well, I can too.
Yeah, exactly. This PB&J is shit. Yeah, if you are a fucking adult, there are standards, my friend. Standards. Now, the funny thing is this. If you ever see Gordon Ramsay's master, the guy who is his master, French chef.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
I forget his name, but you can look him up. He was the Gordon Ramsay of his day not in terms of aggression, but in terms of status.
I'm Googling this.
Yeah.
Marco Pierre White.
Yes, Marco Pierre White. That guy is completely the opposite approach to Gordon Ramsay. How to put it? Gordon Ramsay will yell at you, he'll get angry, he'll tell you that, it's just not cutting it. Pierre White, you'll serve him something. This is terrible. Very quietly, this is terrible. You have a long way to come. You really, really must learn these things. And I'll list them off, or you will never be a good chef. There is a video, and it is amazing. It is young Gordon Ramsay, dealing with his mentor. And his mentor does that exact thing. Where he's like,
Yeah, to start somewhere.
Gordon, this is awful. He doesn't even sound cross. He's just like, no, this is awful. And Ramsay breaks down immediately. He starts crying. Like this dude has just destroyed him by saying these noodles are bad.
Because because he's got the personality that you want to impress.
You wanted to please this man, and he couldn't do it. He didn't have the. And then like Gordon Ramsay walks off, because this is during the period of time when this guy had the spotlight, and fucking guy goes like, "Who was that?" He's like, "Oh, that is Gordon Ramsay. Very, very good talent. Very good talent. He's going to be an amazing chef one day, but he has to learn. He must learn." And you're just sitting there going like,
God, it's like the cooking guru.
Yeah. No, he was like Yoda. He's like motherfucking Yoda and shit. He's like, one day he will be an amazing chef, but he must learn. He's like a really wise, chill kung fu master. He must learn. He's not ready yet. And by that point, I think like Gordon Ramsay was like 25. Like he was an adult. He wasn't like a teenager. He was like an adult. And this guy's like, nah. Oh no, you are not ready. Great talent. I see great things, but you are not ready. And, there's Gordon Ramsay just like he looks like he's about to start writing his own suicide note. It's kind of fucking amazing. He is destroyed.
And then he grew up to be a drill sergeant.
Well, yeah, because no amount of yelling that anyone did matched up to that man quietly telling you this was not good. So it's like, wait, whether or not I yell doesn't really matter, does it? Well, I am a man who gets angry, so I am just going to do that.
Ramsay,
since it doesn't actually matter in terms of the quality of your skill.
Ramsay is a distinctively British personality type, and one of the ones that I very much like, which is, I don't know what background his family has, but he has a personality very similar to like the working class British people who just don't give a fuck. And I'm very, and I just kind of, they're the people that they go up to you and say, America's shit. And I'm like, and you say, well, Britain's shit too. And they go, yeah, we know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck the Queen.
Oh yeah. Well, let me put it, there's a reason Gordon Ramsay lives in fucking Hollywood. Lives in Los Angeles next to Stevie Wonder and not like Brit.
I want to live next to Stevie Wonder. That sounds awesome.
Oh no, dude. I'm just sort of like, you live next to Stevie Wonder? Like, yeah, Stevie. If I start cooking, he's like, I start cooking on the grill. All of a sudden, within 10 minutes, there's going to be a phone call at my house. It's going to be my neighbor, Stevie Wonder, asking how many I'm cooking for and can he come over. And
to eat your burgers. I just came. Sorry.
Yeah. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, wait, if I was Stevie Wonder, why wouldn't I do that shit? Why wouldn't I be like, wait, Gordon Ramsay lives next door? You grilling outside, Gordon? Yeah, Stevie. why don't you come over? Well, that makes it easier because I was going to be there anyway.
I love Stevie Wonder. He
Oh,
just
man.
seems pleasant, which is ironic
Well,
given who his neighbor is.
oh, well, I still love the fact that like Gordon Ramsay did a video with Uncle Roger. Did you see that?
I did not.
Yeah, he did. Okay, so you know Uncle Roger, right? This Uncle Roger is how you make a fried rice. Okay, so that guy, did a fucking video of like, I'm going to look at going to look at Gordon Ramsay. He's apparently he's young man, but he's white, don't know he can make the fried rice. And he just like judges him, and he comes to the conclusion, he's like, actually, he knows his stuff. This man go very far. He know how to make fried rice. He know about sambala. He know he's very good. And of course, the guy doesn't actually speak like that, but the character does. And then
Right.
Gordon Ramsay gave him a shout out in a TikTok. He's like, all right, now I'm going to do something. This is going to drive Uncle Roger absolutely fucking mad. And the guy saw it. He was like, did Gordon Ramsay call me out? What? And apparently there was just like, hey. Gordon Ramsay is the universe regaining balance after the rise of Jamie Oliver.
Gordon Ramsay is the universe regaining balance after the rise of Jamie Oliver.
Fair.
Oh, poor Jamie Oliver, man. Yeah, I feel bad for the guy, but like, how to put it? Guy Fieri is not nearly the fucking chef that Jamie Oliver is, clearly. But there is something just so much cooler about Guy Fieri.
He's easy to like. Like, I get why some people hate him, but he just seems to really enjoy his job.
Yeah.
And you can feel that like coming from him.
Oh God, what was that other guy? Another guy came up around the same time as Guy Fieri. He's a black guy, bald. Yeah, this is just what you want to do right here. Like was it Amesley? Like Lee Amesley, I think his name was, or something like that. God damn it.
Trying to remember. It's been a while since I've
Yeah.
watched the cooking channel.
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched like some cooking too.
Which is a shame because I really I think my favorite thing ever is did anyone expect the Queer Eye guy to go the farthest end up being the cook? Because I like him. Because he's on
I
Chopped.
didn't realize he was gonna be I didn't realize he was gonna go that far.
Because I was expecting Carson to be the one who had like the huge career because he had that personality, and it's like I haven't heard anything from him in like over a decade.
That doesn't fucking cut it in the kitchen. That don't cut it in the kitchen. Oh.
Well, I just meant of the Queer Eye
God.
cast.
Oh,
I think
the Queer
Carson
Eye
was the
cast?
fashion designer.
Yeah, but I'm like, I've seen enough kitchens where I'm like, that rock star attitude doesn't do you any help in the kitchen. That is a complete other thing. I've seen chefs that can do both, but they do not naturally blend together. A real chef is much more of a drill sergeant.
Bam.
Is much more of a drill sergeant and much more in this way specifically. Here are my standards. You will meet them.
Yep.
Do not meet them. You will not work in my kitchen. Done.
And I used to think that was harsh, and
Ainsley
it was done
Harriet.
for.
Thank you, John Smith.
I used to think that was harsh, and that it was done for TV. And then
Oh,
I
no, that
met
shit's
people
real.
who were in the kitchen, and no, they're like that. Like,
Yeah, that shit's real.
Gordon Ramsay is really not that harsh compared to anyone you'll ever meet who cooks for a living. They're all like that. They'll scream and shout, and then at the end of the day, they shake hands and go home.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a
tough environment.
It's a tough environment. Why it's so important to fucking do that human reconnection at the end of the workday, because the head chef has to be able to respect you. If you can't earn his respect, you need to go. If
Yep.
no one can earn his respect, he's got to go.
Yeah. So my cousin's husband,
And
cousin
he's
in
probably
law.
a bad chef on top of it.
But so my cousin's husband is sort of like second in command underneath the head chef.
Is
And
it
so
sous chef?
I think yes.
Okay.
And so they work at, actually I should not say where he works. Never mind.
Okay,
But
don't
so
tell me
they
where he
work at
works, but, like,
a touristy restaurant, I'll say that.
okay.
And so yeah, it's just like that in the kitchen, and then at the end of the day they just eat all the leftover food together and then go home. And I'm like, no, that's because you have to be able to maintain a relationship.
Yeah, exactly. Ramsey's on
After-
record saying his teacher was even worse and would throw shit at him. Oh yeah, I believe it. I believe that guy would throw things if you were fucking up. You know,
And he'd
not
be-
necessarily raise his voice. He'll throw
Yeah.
some shit at you. He's like, hey, pay attention.
That's even scarier.
I've seen teachers like that. I have seen teachers like that, largely in Asia.
Oh
You know, like
God.
the fucking chalk. You know,
The people when they're yelling, it's when everything's good. It's when they're quiet.
yeah,
Those people are terrifying.
yeah. Because quiet means they're actually kind of mad at you. You know, it's personal. You are doing something that has ironed them. It's yeah. Like that's how you know you fuck. It's why I, when it comes to watching parents interact with their children, I am like, no, the parent-child relationship is such that you just being angry, whether or not you yell or throw anything, and in fact, it's probably better that you don't, will get the fucking point across.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The hand, that's for beyond the pale shit. That is, you are learning this.
Right.
That's your last resort. And I've seen it had to be used. It sucks. But I've seen it where I was watching a friend and he was like, oh God, I had to hit. And I was like, no, man, you did the right thing here. Because here was the situation. Like, this is not normal. This was not a normal situation.
Right.
You know, this ain't not going to sleep, not eating their vegetables, ain't anything like that. He and his actual wife separated, going through a divorce. Why? Because she got herself in jail.
Ooh.
Yeah, she got herself in jail. So the kid clearly is gonna have a rough time. Mom ain't around, right?
Yeah.
He's like, everything's going okay, and then he catches him setting fire to the bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, without missing a beat. He puts out the fire, grabs the kid, spanks the shit out of it, and is like, because you did that, you don't get to go with me next month to the thing I have been promising you.
Right.
And if you do this again, I will hit you again. And I'm sitting there and I'm going like, there might have been another way of dealing with that, but you had to know that at the moment.
Right.
You had to know that at the moment, because like, if you didn't do that, you were going to have a way bigger problem down the line. You can't have the kid just setting fire to the house.
Right. Well, and the irony of the whole thing is the fact that this isn't a normal punishment for this child is
No,
the
it was
only
not.
reason it
was
worked.
not.
It's an argument I get into with the pro corporal parent punishment parents, which is I understand that there are extreme situations where this might be necessary. But
Mhm.
if it's a normal form of punishment and you do that for everything, what are they
That's
learning?
that's the abuse. Yeah,
Right.
the abuse is it's not unusual. That's the abuse.
Right.
You know, like, oh, they're saying we can't spank our kids. Yeah, for everything all the time. If it happens once or twice,
Right.
you're probably okay. Just for real. Like, for real. It happens a couple of times, it's okay. If it happens every day or every week, hell, if it happens every month, it's not okay. You know,
Right.
because very rare, if a kid is acting up, let's just give the benefit of the doubt here. Let's say that the kid actually deserves it. If it's happening that frequently, you
They
as a
need a
parent are doing
therapist.
something wrong.
Right.
Something is going wrong at home. It is not anything else. You know, like that is what's going on. It reminds me of a
Especially,
thing a friend of mine, Bone Jangles. We called him Bone Jangles. I don't know why.
I dig it.
The way he said, sorry, what he said, well, because I worked at Sony with him, and he was talking to another guy who was talking about some of his younger cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, that kind of how one of them had run away from home. And without even thinking about it, Bone Jangles is just like, oh shit, who's getting hit? And the guy's like, no, the kid's just acting up. No, the kid's just acting up. And the guy goes, look, what you're describing is an honest attempt to run away. Kid don't run away from home unless someone's getting hit.
Right.
And I was like,
So something happened to
ooh,
that
yeah. He's
kid.
like, yeah, something happened. Kid don't try to really try. Like, what? Because he was like, what do most kids who run away from home actually do? They walk 2 blocks, cry, or get lost. That's what usually
You
happens. You don't find them like 5 miles away, still trying to head out of town, unless someone's getting hit. Unless there's
it's
violence.
I mean, there's truth to that joke of, oh, the kid's running away, gonna go start a life on their own. I want a sandwich, I'm going home. Like that's normal.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, but oh, you know, and so the guy was like, no, the kid's just acting out. And the guy was like, okay, well, whatever you say, man. You know, and I'm looking at Bone Jangles. I'm like, no, that man knows. That man fucking knows. And I actually looked at him and I was like, you're the oldest, aren't you? And he was like, yep. I'm like, yeah, we can smell each other. Yeah, that's how that guy, he's probably an only child. Turns out he was.
mm,
We were like, you have no fucking clue. You know, you've never had to look out. You never had to look out for the other young ones.
yeah.
You know, that's a defining difference. You know, and one of the other things that we found out that if you were an only child, now it didn't matter whether you were the youngest or the oldest. What seemed to matter in this case was whether or not you were the only child. Being unable to cohabitate with people. Like having a really hard time cohabitating with people and getting upset over things that your roommates saw as really petty.
Oh my God.
You know, like we all know what the limits are, right? We all have, all the people with siblings understand these limits because these are arguments we've all had. You know, and then we just figured it out. One, using someone else's shampoo, unless they have a medical condition, let it go. Unless they're using the whole bottle. You know, if you use someone else's makeup without asking, that's always a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's always a problem because that's real personal. It's like, oh no, that's theirs. You gotta ask. And even if you get a no, that don't necessarily mean a bad thing.
If it has my name on it, it's mine. If it doesn't have my name
Mhm.
on it, it's the family's,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're gonna. Part
the
of it's
household.
just gonna be roommate tax.
Yep.
That's just living tax. And people who grow up in families with siblings know that because they know that you can't control everything. Occasionally, someone's going to dry themselves off with someone else's towel. That's just going to happen, and you have to be okay with that.
That said, if somebody else buys the groceries and makes it communal and you eat it all in one night, crow, then they're going to write their name on it. Crow. Sorry, former roommate. He was a good guy, but he stole all my food.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Like, you got to give back. Like, you got to give back. Like, how to put it? There have been. The horror guru does not necessarily pay for the regular groceries, but there have been many times where he has paid to have food delivered. That's one of those like, yeah, that's good enough. Like, that's good enough. There's reciprocity, but horror guru also, not surprisingly, oldest kid. So he knows how that goes,
Yeah.
It's just I still felt really bad because we had this one roommate, not going to mention their name, but like we had this one roommate who would get really mad when other people would do things, but they were all things that people did because they weren't thinking.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, he obviously didn't mean anything by that. He just wasn't thinking. He or she just wasn't thinking. And we were trying to figure out why they were getting so upset about this. And then we realized everyone else in the house had siblings.
Right.
So we all understood, yeah, sometimes you don't get the last slice of bread.
It's like you do have to expect at home people are going to be a little bit inconsiderate, not because they're inconsiderate people, but because at home is where you don't think about that kind of thing quite as much.
Exactly. Like, you're going to just like, well, I think I need to take a shower now. If that's, oh, kitty. Oh, kitty. If that just happens to be when someone else going to take a shower, well, it's first come, first serve at that point. Oh, kitty is chewing the wire. Kitty is chewing the wire.
No. I've lost more headphones that way, and I use this one for work.
What's the name of kitty?
Nyla.
Aw.
She
Oh, you look
was.
like you. That looks like her. Other than the wire eating, that cat looks reasonably well behaved.
She's a little troublemaker, but she likes me.
Okay.
I have this. So I'm not the cat whisperer. Like my stepbrother is the cat whisperer who can make any cat like him. But I am the person who, for some reason, I end up getting these cats and they start out friendly to everyone. And then for some reason, over time, they only want to be around me. And I'm like, so I think I'm like the witch with the animal companion or something.
Aw. Oh, that's cool. Oh shit! I just realized I've kept you on like an extra period of time. I should probably let you
I've
go.
taken over.
Yeah,
All
I should
right.
probably let you go. But it was great talking to you.
All right. Have a good night.
Hey, you too.
Bye.
Oh my god. Oh, that was cool. That was fun. All right. So what now? Should we yak the Kuza? Should we yak the Kuza? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. In retrospect, John Smith says, in retrospect, I was a terrible flatmate. My former flatmate described living with me as a strange combination of always used to stuff just happening, but doesn't quite mind if it doesn't. Well, shit happens, man. Shit happens. Sometimes this is the way. All right. So I've had to go back to Ijin show so we could level up, because clearly we're not ready for that boss fight. Yo, chicken. What you got for me? Nothing. I hate chicken. But you get results. That's why you're still with this company.
Let's get down to business. We got a job to do.
Let's do some business.
That would happen.
Damn, looks like my lucky guess.
Some lucky shakes.
Expectations.
This isn't working.
Here's the results.
That went well.
We're in the black.
Here's how the business did. These are
You guys did
incredible
great out
results.
there.
Apparently they're incredible results, and I'm still number one. So fuck it. Restaurant's trending, guys.
We got a job to do.
On the bustling streets of Yokohama,
Am I
a
coming in a
decade
bit
can
quiet?
pass in the blink of an eye.
All right, hang on. Let's see. Come on. What do you say here? Is it here? All right.
Time marches on and people come and go. But there are some things we refuse to let change. Like the uncompromising flavor of our senbei.
What exactly
and the
is
place we
senbei
hold in our
anyway?
hearts
They
for
just
our
like
valued
basically lightly
customers.
flavored rice
At
crackers?
Ichiban,
Let's do some
break
business.
it in. Pretty lucky,
luck's
huh?
on my side.
That would happen.
Pretty lucky, huh? We're opening.
That went well.
We're in the black.
Ooh, we're doing quite well.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible
You
results.
guys did great out there.
God, I don't need this shit.
We got a job to do.
Why the fuck is Ichiban Senbei fucking costing me over a million?
Let's do some
break it
business.
in.
Our
This
luck's
isn't
starting
working.
to turn.
Expectations.
We're profiting.
Here's the results.
That went well.
That's just how it is with me.
Oh, actually, that
Here's how
went
the business
extremely
did.
well.
These are
You guys did
incredible
great out
results.
there.
The
Yeah, I'll just take
shareholders
every
meeting is coming
investment.
up
It's
soon.
only like 3 or 4 million. I got that. Well, I spend more of that on more than that on benefits.
We got a job to do.
Let's do some
break it
business to
in.
good use.
You see those Japanese rice crackers that are a large
Yeah.
circle?
Our luck's
Yes.
starting to turn.
And they're like slightly
what
salty.
you were expecting.
Here's the results. That's just how it is with me.
They got like a soy sauce
Here's how
glaze
the
on them,
business did.
right?
These are
You guys did
incredible
great out
results.
there.
shareholders meeting is about to begin.
ありがとうございます。スキルアップしましたよ。勉強になりました。
Consider the
begin the board meeting.
shareholders handled.
We'll start with the financial report. President.
We'll kick things off with the financial report.
All right, our net worth is good. Our management is great. Our period sales are also great.
Thank you. Let's move on to the
Take
Q&A.
one.
I don't do negative.
If you have any questions,
Time to shut up.
I don't do negative.
Now hold on.
let's be logical. Please.
Shut up. I don't do negative.
Listen, the time is now. No pressure. Let's be logical. If you have any questions,
I don't do negative.
that concludes our periodic shareholders meeting.
Well, everybody, the meeting went great.
All right, how much money did I make myself? My executive reward is $3 million. Good. 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 That's good.
We got a job to do.
That kind of sucked, huh? My lucky day. That kind of sucked, huh?
That's what you were expecting.
That's just how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are
You guys did
incredible
great out
results.
there.
Oh, I wish I could get rid of her, but hey, sorry, man, you're gonna have to go somewhere else. Woo! Whoa! Oh man, if we want more out of this, we're gonna have to fucking do something.
We got a job to do.
Let's do
Let's
some
break it
business to
in.
good use.
Breaking the cash.
That's not right.
We're profiting.
Here's the result.
Hey, money.
That's just how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible
You guys
results.
did great out there.
Tail shops. Yep, got money because of the chicken.
了解です。
I got you.
Boy of the year is chicken. I know, right? Ain't that a bitch?
All right, bring it in. Does this change your mind?
Hey!
Then it's settled. We have a deal.
All right.
Leave it to me. Leave it to me.
I think I want her in charge.
I'll make us some money.
Can't bring it up. Woo! costing me 108.
I'll give it my best.
Crap. Granny, I don't want to be an asshole, but you suck. I'm just gonna give you a desk job. How about that?
We got a job to do.
Hey, Synthog, how you doing?
Let's do some business.
Lucky shit.
I'd expect no less.
Joy.
Our luck started your turn.
Here's the result.
That went well.
That's how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible results.
You guys did great out there.
Yep.
The shareholders meeting is coming up soon.
We got a job to do.
Let's take my
rake
skills.
it in. This isn't working. That kind of sucked, huh?
Luck favors the bold.
That's what you were
Here's the
expecting.
result.
That went well.
That's how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible results.
You guys did great out there.
The shareholders meeting is about to begin.
Consider the shareholders handled.
We'll start with the financial report.
We'll kick things off with the financial report.
Period. Sales to date is bad.
Thank you. Let's
What
move on to the
fucking
Q&A.
talking about?
Time is now.
We're doing fine.
Let's be logical.
We've never been better.
Listen myself.
We've never been better. I mean, I can't listen to enough. And we're doing fine, by the way. Right, sit down.
Please.
Hey, never been better. Never been better. How many times I gotta tell you? Never been better. Now we're doing fine. That's right. Yeah.
If you have any...
And you, Lonnie, what's up with you?
I'll tell you what I think.
Are we really after sales pitch? All about Ben Benjamin.
That concludes our periodic shareholders meeting.
Well, everybody, the meeting went great.
People don't even know what they're talking about.
I'll give it my best.
Yeah, you complain all you want. I don't care. our service is not doing well. Okay.
Let's do it.
了解しました。
I'll make us some money.
Just leave it to me.
Red Park is falling behind. Yeah, boy.
I'll take care of it. I'll make us some money. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it.
We got a job to do.
Fuck it. Is it time to recruit new blood? Yeah, here's the thing. It might be, but the problem is...
Let's stick my skills to good use.
That
Pretty
would
lucky,
happen.
huh?
Damn!
I'd expect
Looks
no
like my
less.
lucky day.
My lucky day.
This what you were
Here's the
expecting?
result.
We're profiting. Yay.
That's how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are
Nice.
incredible
You guys did
results.
great out there.
All right. Let's see what kind of recruits we got.
I'll work my hardest.
Good to be aboard.
Now that's a wise decision.
course. Thank you for the raise. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the raise. That was super helpful. Thank you, Chief. That was super helpful.
Learning is a real good thing.
You got an eye for talent. Glad you recognize your talent. You got an eye for talent. That was deep. That was deep. I'll handle it.
I'll handle it.
I'll give it my best.
Raise? Hell yeah! Learn is a real good thing. When the job needs doing, learning is a real good thing. Learning is a real good thing. A raise? Hell yeah! We got a job to do.
Let's do some
break
business.
it in.
My lucky
Hey,
day.
luck's on my side for
I'd
once.
expect no less.
This isn't working.
That
Just
would
call me
happen.
Pretty lady luck. We're profiting.
We're in the
Yay,
black.
money.
Here's how the business did. These are
You guys did
incredible
great out
results.
there.
See you around.
You do know who I am, right?
Yeah, I know you are.
We got a job to do.
Let's do some
break
business.
it in.
Looks like my
That's
lucky
what I'm
day.
talking about.
Just call me Lady Luck.
That's what I'm talking about.
Lucky shit. That's just how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible results.
Nice. You guys did great out there.
The shareholders meeting is coming up soon.
Oh, crap.
I trust you'll keep me busy. I'll ensure maximum profits.
Dude, you do not have the service level I need. Plug it.
We got a job to do.
Dun, 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 dun.
Let's do some
break
business.
it in. Pretty luck. This isn't
Looks like
working.
my lucky day.
That's
My
what I'm
lucky
talking
day.
about.
Here's the results.
We're profiting.
My lucky
Yay,
day.
money.
We're in the black.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible
You
results.
guys did great out there.
Now we're still at the top. It's pretty good.
The shareholders meeting is about to begin.
Man, our investment doesn't do very well.
I have a knack for promotions. That was educational.
That was super helpful.
Glad you recognize the talent.
Original?
That was super helpful.
You got an eye for talent.
Oops, gotta put someone on the board.
Let's get this done.
Consider the shareholders handled.
We'll start with the financial report.
We'll kick things off with the financial report.
Period. Sales are bad. Sales bad. Talk about.
Thank you. Let's move on to the Q&A.
Yo.
The time is now. Pusha, let's be logical. The time is now.
I'll tell you what I think. Time to shut up. I'll tell you what I think.
Now listen.
I don't do negative. I'll tell you what I think. Time to shut up.
I'll be direct. Okay, listen up. I've got some thoughts on this.
Please.
I don't do negative. I'll tell you what I think.
Now hold on.
That concludes our periodic shareholders meeting.
Well, everybody, the meeting went great.
People suck.
We got a job to do.
There is an achievement I'm waiting for.
Let's see some results.
My lucky day.
That's a lucky day. Joy. What the hell?
Here's the results.
They're in the black.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible results.
We got a job to do.
On the bustling streets of Yokohama, a decade can pass in the blink of an eye. Time marches on and people come and go. But there are some things we refuse to let change. Like the uncompromising flavor of our senbei, and the place we hold in our hearts for our valued customers. At Ichiban Confections, your smile is our #1 priority. Eat at Ichiban's. We are Ichiban Holdings.
Let's do some results.
That's some lucky shit.
Luck favors the bold.
Good
Looks
shit.
like my lucky day. That's what you were expecting?
That's just how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are
Nice. You guys
incredible
did great out
results.
there. We got a job to do.
Safe. Now sales are up, baby.
Let's do some results.
How could I miss that?
Just call me Lady Luck.
I'd expect no less.
That's what you were
Here's the
expecting?
results. That's just how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are
Nice. You guys did
incredible
great out
results.
there.
The shareholders meeting is coming up soon.
It's only a matter of time. That was educational. That was educational.
We got a job to do.
Come on, come on.
Let's see some
break it
results. Looks like my lucky
Just
day.
call me Lady Luck.
Expectations
Pretty lucky.
exceeded. An error has occurred.
Luck is on my side. We're
Does this meet your
profiting.
expectations?
Money. Here's how the business did. These are incredible
You guys
results.
did great out there.
The shareholders meeting is about to begin.
Consider the shareholders handled. We'll kick things off with the
Thank
financial
you.
report.
Let's move on to the Q&A.
Hi, Kitty.
If you have any
Look.
questions,
That's something I
Listen, you
silly investor. I'll be direct. Silly investor. I've got something I want. Listen, you silly investor. I've got something.
Damn.
please raise your hand if you have a question.
I don't do negative. Time to shut up. I don't do negativity.
I'll be direct.
いつ落ちても不思議ではない。9番点ギリギリの頃はサイドだ。
I can't believe I'm having to say I'm sorry. Like, we said our
Tell you what I don't do negativity.
If you have any questions,
I'll tell you what I think. I don't do negativity. I'll tell you what I think.
Okay, listen up. Now hold on. Okay, listen up.
the time is
Shut up. I don't do negativity.
The time is now. That concludes our periodic shareholders meeting.
Well, everybody, the meeting went great.
oh my God.
We got a job to do.
All right, so Cat is doing. I go do that while this fucking shit happens.
Let's see some results.
What the hell?
My lucky day.
I'd expect no less.
Pretty lucky, huh?
joy.
Lady Luck.
Looks like my lucky day.
An error has occurred.
Hell!
Pretty lucky, Luck is on my side.
That's what you were expecting.
Here's the results.
We're profiting.
My
Does
lucky
this meet your
day.
expectations? We're in the black.
That's just how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible results.
Nice. You guys did great out there. We got a job to do.
Let's do some results.
Pretty lucky. Pretty lucky.
Luck favors the bold.
That's what I'm talking
That's what
about.
you were
Here's the
expecting.
result.
We're profiting. Yay.
That's how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are
You guys did
incredible
great out
results.
Shutting down.
I'll handle it. Huh. I'll show you how it's done.
Just leave it to me.
And we need better service.
Learn real good thing.
Service is maxed out.
We got a job to do.
Oh, the robot wanted a pay raise, so I said, fuck you, robot.
Okay, let's make some green.
What the
That
hell?
would happen.
Pretty lucky,
You're a
huh?
very good employee anyway.
Luck favors the bold.
This is the
That's
worst.
what you were
Here's the
expecting.
results. That's how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible
You guys
results.
did great out there.
The shareholders meeting is coming up soon.
We got a job to do.
Let's do some
Let's
good
make some
Robot
green.
uprising.
Not right. Pretty lucky, huh?
Looks like my lucky
What
day.
the hell?
Fuck up! What the
Luck is
hell?
on my side.
Here's the results.
We're profiting. Yay.
That's how it is with me.
Here's how the business did. These are incredible results.
Nice. You guys did great out there.
The shareholders meeting is about to begin.
Consider the shareholders.
Hey, shareholders.
Handled. We'll kick
Fuck
things
is your
off with the
problem?
financial
We
report.
are doing great, great, and bad. How are we doing bad?
Thank you. Let's move on to the Q&A.
Yo, what's your advantage?
I'll tell you what I don't do negativity.
Now listen,
Very good. Time to shut up. I'll tell you what I think. Time to shut up.
Now hold on. Okay, listen up.
let's be logical. Please raise your...
I don't do negativity.
Now hold on. Okay, listen up.
If you have any questions...
包丁だからって先があるんじゃない
I hate everything.
まだ問題点はある
Now hold on. I've got
包
some
丁だ
thoughts
か
on this. Now hold on. Okay, listen
ら
up.
まだ待って私がバカだ
Please raise your hand.
込みどころはありますよ I don't do negativity. I'll tell you what I think.
上げられるのでは
Just gonna have you fucking
Now
right.
listen, you silly investors. I've got something I want.
That concludes our periodic shareholders meeting.
Well, everybody, the meeting went great.
All right. We've done a lot of company management. It's now time for us to engage in some underworld activity. You mean, oh, it's soon. Fuck does that mean? What that motherfucker thinks he's motherfucking up to. The motherfucker's gonna find out he's motherfucking wrong. Time is now, boys.
We're good.
On. Enter. No, I want to go in there. Enter.
Scared? Well, let's go. Yeah. Yeah.
You're in for it now.
Come on now. You're in it now. Out of my way. Eat this. Let's do it. I'm over here.
Watch me.
Well. Sweet, I got this. Hora, kuyo. Hora, kuyo. Take this. Want a bite? Who wants to raise a glass? Okay. Yeah? Have fun with this. I got a big old bottle of booze.
Alright, get serious. Down. All yours. Yeah.
You're in for it.
Cool. You wanna fight? I'm
Check
over
this out.
here. Set the world on fire.
Watch me.
Let's see.
Good times.
Well, okay then.
見下してんじゃん。兄ちゃん、財布を行くぜ。Show me what you got.
I can't.
Well. Just gonna stand there? Get serious.
I have something for the occasion.
Yeah. I'm over here.
Bring it on.
Watch this. It's booze time. This sucks. That's better. I got this. On it. You're weak.
I can't.
Out of my way. Eat this.
Watch me.
Just gonna stand there and talk. Okay.
That should help.
Gotta hold it together.
Doing that. So itchy.
I need a damn key.
Oh, I ran out of gold key.
Should I open it? Sweet! Should I open it? Got it!
Come
Should
on.
I open it? Sweet!
Well, don't get You're caught. In it now. I'm over here. Take this. Be still, you're beating heart. Take your best shot. Yeah.
You're in for it now.
Come on now.
Good times.
Should I open it? Got it!
てんだよ。後悔するな。
Watch me.
Just gonna stand there?
Let's go. Get alive.
なめんなよ
A gift for you.
here
Oh yeah.
Bring it on.
Cool.
来やがれ
Check this out.
You're in for it now.
Right. Don't get cocky. All yours.
Eyes on me.
Get alive. I'm over here. Let's go. Come on.
Bring it on.
Let's go.
You can win.
Well, take your best shot. Take this. Come on. Yeah.
I'm over here.
Should I open it? Sweet!
Watch me.
Don't get cocky.
Just gonna stand there?
Be still. You're beating heart. Take your best
Eyes
shot.
on me.
Let's go.
Out of my way! Eat this!
Cool. Get alive. Come on now.
Bring it
Over
on.
here!
I'm up.
Eyes on me.
Come on.
Just gonna stand there?
Going in. It's come to this.
Yeah?
I got this.
これで
Well.
なめんなよ
Yeah.
Right. Eyes on me.
Don't get all
cocky.
yours. Let's go. Let's go.
Watch me. Too easy, I'm afraid.
I got this.
なめんなよ
I'm over here. You wanna go? Take this.
You're in for it now.
Get alive.
Out of my way! Eat this!
Let's go. Cool.
かかってこいよ
Check this out.
You think you can win?
Burn it all down. Take your best shot. I'm up. Going in.
Good times.
Should I open it? Whoa.
Whoa.
You jump down. I'll show you how it's done.
Some sci-fi guy just fucking came out.
Watch this. You're in for it.
This sucks. There we go.
Right. You're going down. All yours.
Too easy is defeated.
It works.
Oh, good. Very good.
Play.
Well,
You're in it now.
Happy birthday. Take your best shot.
On it.
bring it on.
Out
Out of my way!
Oh, whoops.
Get away!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Eyes on me.
Come on, get cocky. Set the world on fire.
Just gonna
Let's
stand
go.
there?
You're in for it now.
You think you can
Bring
win?
it on.
Let's go.
You're Are you even trying? Watch me.
I'm over here!
Good luck next time. Feeling better.
Well,
Let's go.
get alive! Just gonna stand there?
Take this.
Be still.
Right.
Bring it on.
You're going down. All yours. Yeah!
Cool.
You're in for it now.
I'm over here.
Check this out. Burn it all down. Take your best.
You think you can win?
The enemy is
Good times.
defeated. Show me what you got.
Watch me.
Let's go. Don't get cocky.
in it now! Yeah, take your best shot! Come on now! You think you can win? I got this. Don't get caught. Well.
Just gonna stand there?
Come on. Cool. Check this out. Set the world on fire.
On it. Out of my way. Eat this.
Get.
You're in. You think you can win?
Pain in the ass.
I know.
I got this.
Could be better.
Who wants to raise a glass?
Hold up. You're in it.
There's something about this.
You're in.
Gotta hold it together. Come on now. I'm over here. Burn it all down. Now hold up. Gotta do something about this. I got this.
You think you can win?
Going in.
My turn.
Shot.
Yes.
I got this.
Out of my way. All yours. Yeah.
This sucks. I'm over here. Check this out. Set the world on fire.
This could be better.
Let's see.
You're in it. Pain in the ass. Let's go.
You can win.
Good times.
Should I open it?
Got it.
Watch me.
I got this. Don't get cocky. I'm over here. Take this.
Who wants to raise a glass?
Yeah. Take your best shot.
Hold
Think you can win?
You're in for it now.
Come on now. Set the world on fire. You wanna go?
On.
Let's go.
Eyes on me.
All yours.
Yeah.
Let's go. You're in it now. Let's go. I got this. Let's see. Go to that.
Well.
Next time.
Should I open it?
Sweet.
Just gonna stand there?
Watch me.
Get
alive. Let's go. Cool. Okay, check this out.
Eyes on me.
Down.
Right.
Take your best shot. I got this.
Get
alive. Go. I'm up.
Bring it on.
Just gonna stand there?
Eyes on me.
It's go time. Let's go.
What?
You leave me no choice.
Well.
You want to go? I'm over here. I got
Take
this.
Weak to bullets.
Yeah. Don't get cocky. You think you can win?
On it.
Let's go.
You're in for it now.
Just gonna stand there?
Go in it.
Eyes on me. Watch me.
I'm over here.
A gift for you.
Take your best. Let's go.
Just gonna stand there? Right.
Don't get caught.
Well.
You think you
Take
can
this. Prepare to suffer.
You're in it now. I'm up. Yeah. Take your best shot.
Watch me.
On it.
Let's go.
Get alive.
Let's go.
Bring it on.
Well. Cool. Don't get caught.
What's he doing?
You're in it now. Get alive.
Watch me.
The enemy is
Too easy,
defeated.
I'm afraid.
I feel the stats going up. Sweet.
Excellent.
Look at me go.
Should I open it?
Got it.
Should I open it?
Sweet.
Woo-ha!
Well, take your best shot.
Be still, you're beating
On it. Let's go. Out of my way.
Bring it on.
Eat this. Yeah.
Just gonna stand there?
Don't come on now. I'm up.
You think you can win?
You're in it now. Let's go.
Good times.
I got this.
Just gonna stand there?
Take this. Check this out. Get alive. Set the world on fire. You're in it now. Don't get caught. What? Let's go.
Eyes on me.
The enemy is defeated. Well,
Hey!
take your best shot. Take this.
You're in.
I got this.
You're going down.
Don't get cocky. Eat this! Yeah!
Eyes on
Cool.
me.
Take your best shot, huh? Check this out! Burn it all down! Oil. Let's go.
You're in for it now.
It's go time! You want to go? I'm over here. You're in it now.
Watch me.
Oh yeah? You think you can win? Don't get cocky. On it.
Bring it on.
Out of my way! All yours! Oil! Get alive!
Eyes on me.
You wanna go? I'm up! Huh? Just gonna stand there?
Hmm?
Going in! Damn it all! I love you guys! Take your best shot! You think you can win?
Prepare to suffer.
Right.
Watch me.
Take this.
A gift for you.
I got this.
You're in for
I
it
love
now.
you guys. On, let's go. Good luck next time.
Should I open it? Sweet!
What in the tap dancing hell was that? Oh shit. Like, look, this game throws a lot at ya, so you're gonna have to be more specific.
Party no cash there.
Well, I got this.
Just stand there.
Huh? Hold on, Kuyo. I'm over here.
Right. Eyes on me.
Kuyo. I got this. Don't get caught. The secret. Yeah. You think you can win? Come on now.
Was an enemy you were fighting prior that were bad? Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. That.
You're in it now.
Yeah, that happens.
Bring it on. Watch me.
I got this.
Too easy, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you saw that right. That really happened.
Well, don't get You're cocky. In it now.
I'm over here.
Let's go. Take this. A gift for you.
Just gonna stand there?
Cool.
Eyes on me.
Don't get cocky. Check this
You're
out.
in for it now.
Baby,
Set the world on
take
fire.
On it.
I got this.
Out of my way. Eat this.
Eyes on me.
I'm up. Let's go.
Get alive.
Watch me. That should help.
Just gonna stand there?
You're in for it now.
Take your
best shot.
Let's see.
Don't get cocky.
Right.
You're in it now. Oh yeah?
You go down.
I got this. Let's go.
Oh yeah?
Let's go.
Well.
Let's go.
It's a
Get
run.
alive.
Power.
That's how you do it
Next
this time.
times.
Oh wait, it's heading in the right direction.
Show me what you got.
Watch me.
I got this. Don't get cocky.
Yeah, I got it. You think you can win?
That should help.
Cool. Come on now.
Bring it on.
On it.
Let's go. I'm up.
I'm over here.
Eyes on me.
Don't get cocky.
Just gonna stand there.
Well, I got this. Yeah, I'm over here. Check this out. I'm back in my prime.
Should I open it? Got it.
Dog says, watch my friend play a bit of this at their house, been jumping on the screen to watch Jack's gameplay. Like a Dragon is 10/10 for sheer amount of content and absurdity. Oh, yeah.
I feel sharp as a knife.
Yeah, this game is redonkulous. Oh, son of a bitch.
Stand a chance. Well, don't get cocky. Let's go. Be still, you're beating trouble. Take your best shot.
Bring it on.
Over here. Check this out. Set the world on fire. Don't get cocky. You're in it now. Out of my way. Eat this. Let's go. Get alive. You're in it now. Don't get cocky.
You're in for it now. Watch me.
Take your best shot. Take this. Let's go. Cool. Come on now. Get a burn it all down. Here. Yes. You're in it now. All yours. Take your best shot. Well. I'm up. Yeah. I got this. Yeah.
Yeah, we're fighting guys in trash bags, man. Take up your arms.
Pretty good. Delicious.
Very good.
Good.
Scared? Well, you're in it now. Get alive. I got this.
Prepare to suffer.
Don't get cocky.
I'm not gonna be. Yeah.
Go to hell.
On it.
Let's go. Huh?
Bring it on.
Out of my way. Let's go. Don't get caught. Yeah? Oh yeah? I'm up!
There we go. Time.
That's better.
Should I open it? Sweet!
And there was much rejoicing. Yeah, I know. The Roomba isn't actually a summonable. It's something else.
Oh, it's done.
Well, you're in it now. Take this. Take your best shot. Cool. I'm over here. Time to call a friend. I summon you.
You want sudden death or sudden sacrifices? In service with a pounding. Thanks for calling pound mates.
On it.
You're in for it.
Yeah, I got it.
Let's
I
go.
killed that cripple. See that shit?
Don't get cocky.
Right?
Watch me.
You're in it now. Yeah. Come on now. Let's rock. Right. Let's go. Get alive. You go down. Huh? You wanna go? I'm up! You think you can win? Come on.
Eyes on me.
Well, take your best shot.
That should help.
これだ。それ。
You're in for it.
Just gonna stand there. On it. Out of my way. Just don't get caught. Let's go. Yeah.
Good to be back. Strong. I'll take it.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I did it!
Should I open it? Whoa.
Show me what you got.
Watch me.
Oh yeah? Let's go. Get alive.
Right. Bring it on.
You're going down. I got this. You want it? Cool. I'm over here. Check this out. I'm up. Just gonna stand You're in it now.
Yeah, because of course it's someone hiding in a fucking safe. Yeah, pretty much.
Take this. A gift for you. The enemy is
Easy, I'm afraid.
Yo, Timmy! Yo, Timmy!
Should I open it?
Got it.
Watch me.
I'm over here. You don't get cocky. 研いだばかりのふざけないでください You think you can win? Happy birthday! You're in it now! On it!
Oh, yeah. You're in for it now.
こっちですよ Let's go!
Eyes on me.
Don't get cocky! Out of my way! Yeah! Let's see.
You're in for it.
Come on now! I got this. Go.
Good times.
This has to do your voice. Pornographero.
Well.
Oh boy.
Get alive. Let's go. I'm in there. Just gonna stand there. I got it. You're in it now. Take this. Get cocky. Prepare to suffer. Cool. Take your best shot. Let's go.
Down. Give you some flavor.
I'm up.
You can win.
Let's go.
I'm over here.
Let's come to this.
Damn, that guy's got it.
Get alive.
God. All right, yeah, you go ahead. You run.
Yeah.
Watch me.
You want to go? You're in it now.
Be still, would you?
Ikuzo. Don't get cocky. Yeah.
I do not want to bite that dude.
Come on now. Got something for you.
On it.
Get alive. Let's go.
Out of my way. All yours.
Let's
Just
go.
stand there.
Going in. I got this.
Down.
I'm up. Let's go. You're in it now. Yeah. Don't get cocky. Check this out.
You think you can win?
Burn it all down.
On it. Out of my way.
You want to go? Can I?
I'm over here.
Come on. Gotta do something about this.
You're in the
Let's see.
Watch me.
Take this.
Be still, you're beating heart.
Right.
You're in the ass. Good to go.
Over here.
Well. Let's go.
A gift for you.
Yeah. Get alive.
On it. Out of my way.
Come on. Don't get caught.
Watch me.
Almost.
The enemy is defeated.
Okay. Grab a briefcase. Can't open that. Get this. Ugh.
Play. Yeah? Well. Take this. You're in it now. Congratulations, Arnold. Right. Eyes on me. Let's go. You go down. Eat this. Yeah. Bring it on. Cool.
Just gonna stand there?
You think you can win? Don't get cocky. Much better. I'm over here. I got this.
I'm up.
Eyes on me. You think you can win?
Go in it now. Give it all.
You're in. Watch me. Let's see.
Take your best shot.
On it. Get alive. Huh? Eyes on me. Good to go.
Take your best shot.
Bring it on. Over here.
Yeah. Come on now. Not letting us lose. Let's go.
You can win.
Let's go. Let's go. I got this. It's coming to this.
Yeah.
How do you guys plan for the weekend? Not yet. Well, gonna be running the Babylon game for some people. That'll be offline.
Take this. Let's go.
Be still. You're feeding fire.
Other than that, that's
Right.
You're in it now.
Out of my way. All yours.
Cool. Take your best shot. Check this out.
I'm over
Set
here.
the world on fire.
Watch me. Get alive.
Let's go.
Don't
I'm up.
You're in for it now.
Oil. You're in it now.
Just gonna stand there?
Going in.
On it. Get alive. You're going down. Eat this. Eyes on you.
Yeah.
I'm over here.
You wanna go? Coil. This'll be good. Go to hell!
Well.
You're
Take
in
this.
it now.
Prepare to suffer. You're in.
Let's go. Huh?
You think you can win?
Let's go. Let's go. Damn it all. Don't get cocky.
Watch me.
Over here.
Make it work. Out of my way. Bring it on.
I got this. All yours.
Cool. Huh? Come on now.
Well.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
I'm up! I got this!
Eyes on me.
Going in!
Thank God that guy finally made that.
Plan here.
Bring it on.
You're in it now!
You're going down. Eat this!
Watch me.
I got this! You wanna go?
Oh yeah?
Perfect. You're in for
Let's
it.
go! Now! Let's go!
Cool.
Don't get cocky!
You can win.
Eyes on me.
Here!
Thank you. Right.
Oh
Let's
yeah?
go. Out of my way.
Oh yeah!
All yours. Well.
Take your best shot. Take this.
Just gonna stand I'm over here.
Bring it on.
Oh yeah?
On it. You're going down. Eat this.
I'm up! Going in!
Yeah?
I got this! Nifty!
Not good.
You wanna go?
Let's see.
Let's go!
Out of the way.
Cool!
Get
Get alive!
You're in for it now.
Take it!
Thank you.
I got this!
Out of my way. All yours.
Watch me.
Take
You're
this.
in it now!
Sweet.
Excellent.
Yes!
Should I open it?
Sweet.
Just shoot a guy in the face. Oh, sounded like.
Should I open it?
Sweet.
the city. The city.
Just touch. Wow.
Legendary heroes, bad, eh? Your facility rank is not high enough, buckaroo. Sparkling. Poison cane sword. Psychedelic microphone. What do I need for this? I need 3 silver butterflies. A thing I have never fucking seen. I could improve the steel whip.
Just touch.
Can't do any of those. Need to go with dragonfly. Alright, I think I'm going to save the game here. Unless let me look up where to find the silver butterfly. Let me just see if I can figure that out. Yakuza like a dragon, silver butterfly. Where to catch bugs? Rock, paper, shotgun. Let's see. Where can you farm bugs? The park? I knew that. Congratulations, that's fucking it. Okay, all right. All right. Into the dungeon underneath Yokonaba. Access, yeah. Yep. All right, so that looks like that's about it. I'm going to get offline at this point. Well, thank you all for being here with me. I really appreciate it. I always have a good time talking with you guys. I hope you guys enjoy like the chill sections as much as the hyper talky bits. And I will talk to y'all later. I'll see y'all on Sunday for Satanic Sunday. Hope to see you there. And y'all take care. Ave Satanas, Disco Inferno. And remember, Satan and I love y'all very much. And don't forget to wash your ass.